Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Deviant Fish, hello Mega Monkey, welcome back. We're back after a slight testing session in Workers and Resources where we took a little bit of a look at loyalty. And now we might try and apply that to our current game. Number 1. I don't care about the loyalty of orphans anymore. We're going to run the orphanage on criminality reduction for now. We might still use it for loyalty at some point, but right now, reduce crime. The big thing we learned is that the main contributing factors to loyalty loss are crime and lack of food, lack of meat, lack of clothing. Basically, basic needs. We also learned that a person below, I think 30-ish or 35 happiness doesn't get any loyalty boost. So Shaglova, Yulia, and Tolivna will not have their loyalty increased until the happiness is fixed. So our goal with the orphanage will be to reduce criminality, because crime does affect loyalty heavily. However, the negative loyalty impact from the orphanage going down to like 0% in certain cases, we can drop that, we can negate that. We should be able to keep orphans at around 35 to 40% loyalty, just with enough monuments around the orphanage. Which we probably already do, because we do have a decent amount of monuments. I'm not sure if we have enough around the orphanage right now. Maybe we need some. They will, however, also get loyalty from going to school next to a monument. This would change like the design of a settlement in the future a little bit significantly, I think, but for now, we'll keep monitoring the loyalty of our children in here and see what happens to their loyalty. If we can negate the loyalty drop and maybe start boosting loyalty with the teachers inside the school, that would be ideal. There's a lot of people in here with decent enough loyalty. Number 2, loyalty boosting measures are probably going to be handled by the prison now. We need to make sure that all loyal people with a regular education and higher education, 50 to 75%, make their way into these 2 buildings, which are working in the prison and also police station. This should provide enough wardens to get prisoners with a loyalty boost of up to 100% loyalty, more reliably. And then this will feed back into the prison loyalty system, because anyone with a decent enough loyalty will be accepted here, ergo they can work in the prison. Loyalty drops mostly happen from lack of food or meat, but even more so from criminality. A person affected by crime is someone who loses a lot of loyalty and happiness. In our testing it was like sometimes a loyalty drop of like 10 or a happiness drop of 20. Which is a pretty significant amount. So we are going to work on crime reduction right now. Things like health, like visiting facilities like attraction buildings, culture buildings, did not seem to have an effect on loyalty. However, I'm not sure what happens if their happiness drops down to like below 30%. It just seemed to not give them any loyalty, but maybe their loyalty also then starts dropping down to like a certain amount. But since the happiness and health in our republic have been going up last time anyway, I think we're already on track to achieve these things. So I don't think we're doing particularly poorly. Not a lot of changes we have to make. The most loyal people are supposed to move into this building. The most loyal people with a university education. And then provide teachings in the school to the students on the schoolyard. So that we may hopefully push them up to slightly over 50% loyalty. We don't have a lot of teachers right now, but hopefully some of the prisoner visitors. You are not. I mean, you have a higher education, but you're only at 7% loyalty. I don't think it's gonna work right now. The idea was to have people with a higher education go to prison and then get a loyalty boost, basically. Up to what we need. It's amazing how well our secret police ran previously, and here it's not doing that well at all. Let's make sure we have enough secret police agents. It's good to have a small secret police, because a full secret police is more efficient at detecting loyalty than a large secret police at running only at 15 workers. You will have more vehicles that can run around, but the time you get in detecting how the loyalty is in the building, how long that loyalty will stay there, is going to be significantly reduced. Hello, Gentrasi. Welcome. I need more loyal teachers. Let's try 50%. We don't necessarily want to have a education crisis if we can help it. I thought we could push it higher, but I mean, we kind of are. If we gain more loyal citizens, like you, higher educated, 36% loyalty, 2.5 years prison time, gaining 8% per tick times 20, so 20% loyalty on average. We want the workers in the prison to have as much loyalty as possible, because this propagates more propaganda to the prisoners. We might have to drive this up, and maybe have to get some migrants to make this work. But I guess I also want people with 75 to 100% loyalty to be in here, since we don't need them for the orphanage anymore. So highly loyal people with basic education are not going to be needed next to the orphanage anymore, because that one is just going to run. Even with insufficient workers, there's still going to be a criminality reduction. So telling us about lack of tutors will only be necessary in very extreme cases, I guess. I don't care too much about the loyalty right now. They should be happy, and once they get released, the loyalty can push up if it dropped down too much. Alright, we have to fill up with loyal wardens. I don't think there's any other way. I don't know if we have the loyalty required to run this. Come on, a couple more wardens with enough loyalty, please. I don't want them to release with less loyalty than they entered. You're going to have to a significant loyalty drop now before you release. Unknown loyalty. Ah, you're in Pruskov, that's fine. Disloyal people go to Pruskov. No wardens right now. I mean, the average loyalty is like pretty good. I guess 60% is a bit much. Let's go 55. Maybe that is doable. Yeah, that seems better. Excellent. So people with 50 to 75% loyalty and higher education should also move in here. Maybe once we get through the school education. University education is going to become another problem, but that has a long time to go. I'll shut off the university for now. Unemployment seems to have no effect on loyalty. Still torturing orphans? Apparently so, yeah. I guess we can stop that. But yeah, I mean, if you don't build an orphanage in this game anyway, you're also torturing orphans because they get killed immediately, so I was just taking my time with it. I was giving them a chance. I was being merciful. Need a couple more tutors in here. Let's try and keep the 0%ers out. Right now we're increasing criminality because we don't have enough workers in the area. Let's make sure people with a relatively low loyalty can also move in here to help with running the orphanage. Because we're not getting any higher education right now. Okay, that means lower the loyalty requirement for teachers in the school. Until we have like a backlog of teachers with high loyalty, I guess we don't need to worry too much about it. We'll get people educated and moved into facilities to help with the loyalty in the orphanage. Well, not the loyalty, but the criminality reduction. And see how we can stabilize things. Still have to micromanage the police station a bit, but it seems like we're slowly catching up with crime management. The important thing is though to run the prison, I guess. This needs to be run with enough loyal people to boost the loyalty of anyone in it. 35%, still got 1.7 years to go, so about 9 sessions. Times 2%, ideally. It's 18% loyalty, would push you over 50%, which would be ideal for work in prison, but we're not at a stable 2% yet. We don't have enough workers. But yeah, crime causes a loyalty drop in the population, and then you might be able to recover that loyalty drop with the crime and justice system. You don't get it from the police going to somewhere and like taking care of the crime. You don't get it from the courthouse causing a sentence. You don't get it from the person going to prison. The people who lost their loyalty didn't seem to get the loyalty back from that. But you can induce new loyalty in the people inside prison. So while the person who were affected by crime might have dropped in loyalty, hopefully you can create someone who's more loyal afterwards. And that might be a way to fix the loyalty situation. At least that's how we're going to try it. And yeah, if we run into a situation where we find ourselves with like a lot of loyal people, we could use an orphanage to boost loyalty too. In the beginning, when you have very few citizens, it might be the best way to kickstart it because you're creating loyal workers right away. Because the prison system relies on enough prisoners to going through it. If we create a lot of loyalty this way, I don't know if it's going to lead to us like having fewer prisoners and like running into the same issue as the orphanages. Both things might have to work combined to have the best effect. But it does teach us that we can run one orphanage as an overflow orphanage with enough workers to just reduce criminality. And then maybe a second one for that loyalty boost, if we have sufficient workers. It also tells me that's the reason why we lost a lot of loyalty in the migrants here. They got subjected to crime probably, and then their loyalty started ticking down over and over. And it's not going to go back up. I've not found a way to increase an adult's loyalty other than going to prison yet. Let's clear up the students waiting on the schoolyard for now. Meaning we don't want to have anyone waiting for their education anymore. And then try to restart the party HQ. But those things will only really matter once, like, crime has been decreased to as small as possible. So we don't get any loyalty drop from crime anymore. Otherwise, this whole system is very fragile and probably the reason why we're struggling. I'm not sure if police is more efficient in a smaller building like secret police. I guess I didn't test that. Wasn't really related to loyalty. Functioning orphanages with a good staff-student ratio. Well, you do have no control over that. They will always open up more slots in the orphanage. If you have 40 tutors in here, with maximum loyalty, they will open up more slots than the building can handle and just accept more children. You have no... The only way to control the ratio of orphanages with good student-staff ratio is to just build more orphanages. And that is a race that you might not be able to win. So that's why I'm like leaning to not go towards the orphanage strategy anymore. Otherwise it's still a viable way for like gaining loyalty, if you can keep up with that. Like, we could set up a settlement now with 2 of these orphanages with a loyalty rating of over 50, and they would just churn out a lot of loyal children. That would be really good for us. But I don't want to do that right now. I want to reduce criminality, so that's what we're doing. Some of these are quite criminal. While also retaining a relatively high birth rate, I guess, until the settlement is full. Orphanages are great at lowering overall crime in the Republic. That's what I just said. You don't need to repeat what I just said. Okay, I hope you release with 50% loyalty. Streaming is hard, man. Doing science and streaming while getting accused of being a doctor? No way. So much stress. I guess you could get prisoners up to 37% loyalty then too. If you were to take care of their happiness, I guess, but we are not doing that. But we're also not lowering it. Maybe if we were like to institute a little bit of like sports enjoyment, we could bring up the happiness and therefore make the most unhappy people become slightly more loyal, but not a thing I'm gonna do. I just ate a burger and I'm feeling very relaxed. I blame the lack of burgers. Torture isn't science. No, torture isn't science. We're not torturing anyone. Except maybe the orphans. But they deserve it. You're not? Well, not officially at least. Fire trucks. Two fire horse carriages. That is the last two. Then the road cranes and 4 horses. Okay. We just need a replacement for the road cranes and then we're completely horse free. I have no monument in this area and I should probably change that. No monument? Yeah, I forgot. We're fixing it. I mean, no one's getting an education right now anyway, but we'll have to restart it again soon. I mean, we're at 51 higher educated. That'll be alright for a while. But we need to keep that number high. Having a higher educated citizen number means more people with a higher education go to prison, meaning we have a higher chance of getting people with a higher education out of prison that are significantly more loyal. I need more workers in here with higher loyalty. $50, 43 and 41% is pretty good loyalty. But yeah, it's like there's a lot of like 35%ers. Not a lot of people over 50. Properly fund orphanages. I'm waiting for more workers to show up here, because this is just creating another crime wave. You know what? These buildings probably don't need that many workers right now. There, go work over there, please. Make sure the orphanages are staffed. Don't need no like crime spiral right now. Are you introducing anything from what you learned earlier? Yes. Hello 50. Welcome. We're basically running a well-funded orphanage to reduce crime and not try and boost loyalty. I'm trying to increase the amount of people working in the prison to boost loyalty for prisoners. They need to be locked up long enough so that we actually get a sufficient loyalty boost so it's worth our while, but so far it's looking okay. That's basically what we're trying. Age 70, you almost finished the university education, but you didn't quite do it. Expanding the downtown need. Yeah, this area is now ripe for building. Should place a giant red star at the roundabout. I don't have that technology yet. I guess the grand monuments could be an unlock that we could research. I have 2 free research points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 90? 1900. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 5 free research points and 2 from settlements. So we got 7 research points and 5 have been spent so far. What we can do is definitely lock this down to minimum loyalty of students 35%, because if they don't have it, they'll just walk back and forth here until they have the required loyalty. At least they should. That's not gonna work. Wait. No, it's gonna work. So students will wait here until their loyalty is high enough, and then they can walk into the university, I guess. It's just gonna take 600 hours. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's gonna work once we have monuments in the area. I didn't have any monuments, so they've just been idling here, trying to get a university education. So I wonder how much they're going to grow up once the current daytime is over, because they're still at age 15. This might not be good for their health. I want to see what happens to you if you end your day right now. So what are we gonna do? This one, unassign. Go teleport home. Didn't age a lot. People only age when they go into buildings, huh? Happiness 86. But yeah, they need to travel back with a train to Best Lady Project O, and then they get the loyalty from the monuments, I guess. And then they can study when they're over 35% loyal. Not earlier. Or at least attempt to study, I guess. Which means that the university can now also be used as a loyalty boosting mechanism. Because we can boost everyone up to 35% loyalty by picking up everyone, dumping them here until they're at least 35% loyal. Then they can go into the university. They might or might not get an education, and then they go back out. But yeah, without monuments, I guess that didn't really work. I think the 2 extra waste trucks that we're using here now have increased the amount of hazardous waste so much that the incinerator can't keep up with dispersing everything. Which is a bit of a problem. I might have to get rid of one of the trucks. It's too much. We still need to be able to, like, wait until this stuff rots away. I mean, I guess it hasn't filled up yet. Let's just... No, keep on running, it's fine. It might still be fine once they increase in size, like, once they fill up more. Then there's gonna be more ash to rot away. Which might at some point reveal the metal scrap, and then it takes some time to carry the metal scrap away at that point. But yeah, having 2 trucks here running, having like, okay, you're gonna remove that, wait until loaded, get a second one. Alright. Does loyalty significantly affect productivity? Yes. Loyalty and productivity and happiness affect productivity. I have not tested productivity. That would be its own test stream, like things that boost productivity. My assumption is happiness and loyalty. This person is not that loyal, but very happy, so productivity is at 87%. Low loyalty would reduce productivity, but now we have found a way to like get loyalty up to at least 35 for everyone. So that might impact the productivity of our republic in the future. So yeah, the orphans should not drop much, if at all, below 35. I mean, they might be at 35 and then drop down to like less than that based on the minus 4% loyalty of the orphanage, but they should come back up to at least 35. Unless their happiness is down in the tank. You're at Project O trying to get a university education, and because there were no monuments there, you're currently waiting. But once we have monuments, yes, your loyalty will increase. That means all orphans are going to basically get dropped here to keep their loyalty at 35. I'll let the university run for a bit, try and get some university educated people through this system, because we still want our city to fill up mostly with highly educated people, ideally. If they drop below 50% loyalty in this hall of residence, they can also go to the bus stop and go to the other university, I guess. But this one is supposed to create highly educated workers with more than 50% loyalty. That's the job of this university. And if they then drop from 60 to below 50, then I guess, yeah, they'll have to finish it at the other university. We're entering the 30s finally, yep. Alright, 2.6 years, 35% loyalty, basic education. Age 64, going to be released before 67, normally. And hopefully with a lot more loyalty. Yeah, that's how we're going to concentrate our workforce now. I'm going to try and start using the prisons for this. This might work better than the orphanages. I got locked up in orphanage attempts a lot because it was quite successful. Until the population count grew. And you kind of always need prisons anyway. Okay, don't move loyal people in here anymore. We need the loyal people to move into the prison area. So highly educated, but no one accepted right now. We're going to turn all of these off. I should start micromanaging. Do I turn everything off and set it manually? I'm going to move the best lady settlement marker into the center. Alright. Turn everything off. In general, we want highly educated workers everywhere, except in a few select buildings. And we would like... No, we don't want the loyalties. Well, yeah, we want a basic loyalty of 25 to 50, which should be an acceptable loyalty setup to fill like the housing up. Basic educated citizens we want in certain buildings, not in everyone. I will accept people with a basic education next to the orphanage to make sure it stays running. I will accept a few people with basic education down here to keep the school running. The grocer. We want people with a higher education, Right, I need to take care of all of these buildings that have the assignments. The most loyal, highly educated people go here to work in the school. Then we will have people here with 50 to 75% higher education. Presumably working in the university. Once one of these buildings is full, we need to enable more buildings to allow more loyal people to move in somewhere else. So I guess these could basically hold enough workers next to the university. But yeah, I would like to know once these are full. Transparent, exclamation mark? Sort of. And then the ones with basic education, with high loyalty, 50 or above, need to move in here. So here we accept anyone with a basic or higher education at 50% or above. And then we'll have one building for only basic education with loyalty of 50 to 100. So also people with a basic education that get released from prison who have more than 75% loyalty have a room to move into, which currently they wouldn't have. And then I guess we'll have one building here. People with no education. No, that's a terrible building. No, it should be this one. If you have no education or basic education, you can move in here if you have more than 50% loyalty, because then you'll get the basic education and then afterwards you can work in the prison. Or orphanage, I guess. Alright, this will be... I'll keep this one empty for now. Did I forget anyone? People with this loyalty of 0 to 25% move into this area, but we'll turn off the 25 or higher. This is just for very disloyal people right now. Except for the university educated, because we need some university educated to make their way over here so they can run the clinic, the secret police, etc. More German truck brands available in this area right now? Probably none. I have no idea. There's no German truck brands right now. Okay, we'll let the education run for a little bit before we switch over to researching the resource map. And then maybe we'll set up like a mine, if something is nearby, or an oil well with a fire station where workers get delivered to by train. Or we build a small settlement next to it that runs the fire station. Okay, so the only room where people with a higher education of 75 to 100% loyalty can move into should be this building. And then they can run the school education down to 40% currently of their loyalty, which we will increase as more people move into that building. What year are you in right now? 1931. Okay, police station still not doing well. Start again. Higher education, 55% loyalty. Still 2 years in prison. Should be able to increase up to like 20% or more. So we might have another teacher for the school that way. And they're still fairly young for this purpose. But yeah, if someone gets locked up with low loyalty, low happiness, they will still get the effect, but not from monuments. I mean, you could like make this really efficient by also letting them listen to a radio while they're in prison, and then it would add another like loyalty boost to the whole situation. But like I said, we're trying to get it to work without. Will all of the knowledge help us accomplish that? I have no idea. They let some people in here with not enough loyalty? No. We had no power when the loyalty tick happened. God dang it. Yeah, once their happiness starts dropping, then the monuments won't start having an influence anymore. And then their loyalty starts going down too. I'm not sure if kindergartens have an impact on that, because maybe they have less time going shopping or something. And I also have no idea how to use vehicles yet, because they didn't seem to boost loyalty. But it does mean we could bring very loyal people very far away without having to rely on the public transportation. So in general, it means we could have our very loyal people in a dedicated small settlement, completely outside from anywhere else. But that's a whole different topic, I guess. Come on, solve these cases, stop adding more. Serious medium and serious and medium cases take so long to investigate. But the minor crimes are very upset if you lock them up for too long, and they lose the most loyalty when they get locked up. Whereas the people committing a serious case, getting convicted of it, don't drop as much. But I do wonder, I think it's still best to like care about the minor cases first, I think. Because they just go through so quickly through the system. And we still get a loyalty positive effect out of it, I guess. But then the serious cases might be the ones who are the most criminal and therefore the most worthwhile actually getting locked up. Decisions. You're at 33% loyalty. 34% happiness might be the reason why you're currently not getting boosted by monuments. So maybe the cutoff point is 35% loyalty? Or maybe you were subject to a crime or something? Yeah, I think I'm going to focus on minor crimes right now. I'll go through really quickly in the courthouse too. But if a medium or serious crime gets through the police station, that's also really good. But if it's getting overloaded, we'll focus on minor crimes. Much better chance to actually solve these. No electronics, sorry about that. Is your happiness gonna decrease? Probably. Yep, 31%. You're not getting any electronics, get over it. That is not going to happen. But yeah, the cool fact that like a small secret police at full staff works better than a large secret police at half staff was kind of like an eye-opener. That was like a thing we kind of glossed over at the beginning. But yeah, the small secret police buildings are quite efficient, if fully staffed. Better than the large secret police buildings. 64% loyalty, still over a year to go. That means another 20% of loyalty if we don't run out of energy. And I guess we'll just feed the former prisoners back into the loop as new wardens, if they have a basic education. And higher educated goes here. Did we have a loyalty drop? Maybe. What are you doing? House of Culture, single case. Already a 10% limitation. Why didn't you move out earlier? Why so late? All of this is only like a side grade knowledge for running like the most efficient production facilities that you have ever seen. Because you can make all of that up with like numbers. Okay, I might need a second police car because it's driving so far. Even though the police station's already like kind of overloaded, I'm getting a police car. So the police, like the cases don't start piling up inside the police station. Without my knowledge. I'd much rather have like multiple police cars running around and knowing how much stuff there is than not seeing it and thinking that the police is fine. Although with a large police station, it doesn't matter as much. But yeah, we're trying to solve everything, so show me all the cases that exist right now. Especially if you're sending people to Pruskov. We need to eradicate crime in Beslady. That's the main goal. We set our orphanages on it, we set our police on it, we set our crime and justice system on it. %20 statute of limitation already. Hello Marcos Matejko. Welcome. I might kick out the minor crime. It's already got pretty good chance to be solved, but I don't know. Realistic mode? Yes. Hello Abuka. Welcome. We are on realistic mode with the only thing changed global events down to normal because I don't want to play with earthquakes right now. But everything else is set to maximum. I need to, I think, reduce the amount of workers in the university. Because we're running out of workers here. Which could lead to issues with the heating. Oh, we can't let that happen. Party HQ. If there's no room in the party HQ, you move to the bus stop and look for work the normal way. I don't send... Oh, I do send you to the Batman tryouts. No, that's not gonna happen anymore. You just go wherever you want. The Batman tryouts are closed after all. Didn't quite push over 75% loyalty, unfortunately. Some interruptions, I guess. Almost caught up on the school situation too. I guess we can turn off the checkbox and just let it run through based on volume now. It's gonna catch up soon enough, but I just wanted to make sure that while we had the most significant issue, we get new workers as quickly as possible. But now they can just deal with all of the rest the normal way. And yeah, hopefully the university makes more people, letting people study in the very loyal university. We need more people with over 50% loyalty. But I think the school currently has the higher priority. Unless I flip this around, unless I like say, okay, people with 75% or higher loyalty go into the university. That might be even better, because then we could push more people up to 75% loyalty just with the university itself. Let's do that. Let's change these around. Thank you for the follow, Marcus Mateo. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Hello, Hetzberger. Welcome. Okay, so this is gonna be 50 to 75% loyalty, and everyone very high goes to the public university. A lot of people here right now. Thank you for the follow, Arid. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, once we have like a sufficient amount of workers living here with a loyalty of over 75%, then we can maybe consider running the university with only the more loyal party officials. I wonder if the universities have a difference. If like one of them helps more with loyalty and one of them is like faster, but I don't think so. Okay, yeah, let's change this. Let's make sure the most loyal people go into the party HQ, not the school. We still need to push for 50% or higher loyalty in the school, eventually. So we do have, like, enough people who want to study in the university. That's why we're pushing for 50 to 75% loyalty in the school. You are not gonna get enough loyalty, unfortunately. But any highly educated with more than 25% loyalty is gonna be okay, I guess, for now. We need to minimize the amount of people with basic education in here. I want crime to be committed by highly educated workers for the most of it, so that we can then imprison highly educated workers to get their loyalty up. It's kind of a weird system. It's the alternative approach to the orphanage loyalty spiral. Once these houses have filled up with people with sufficient loyalty, we might start up the other orphanage again. Try to boosting loyalty with that too. Do you know if there's a cap for loyalty if you only have the small radio station? I think it's 70? I think it's the same as the normal radio station, but it doesn't boost as efficiently. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where train? Where workers for heating plant? Uh-oh. Move. We need to send the workers here to the train platform again so that we have workers for everything, apparently. That was a very critical setting. Because currently the town is close to the freezing point and people will die. Heating plant, priority number 1. Then other platforms, then other buildings, then bus platform, like. I think around 60 for the small radio station. You'd never very low workers to go higher with it. Run the heating plant, please, thank you. That could have been a significant catastrophe. I mean, it already has been. Oh my god. Well, I guess we're flushing a lot of loyalty down the drain because of lack of heating now. I'm gonna blame chat, they distracted me. Heating plant, please. Let's go. Oh god, we might be losing a lot of people this way. Oh, maybe it's fine. It's still cold, but it's above freezing at least. With the foreign workers, we might be able to stabilize it. They still have decent productivity. I think they'll be fine. I haven't tested if lack of heating causes a loyalty drop. I think it's just a happiness drop, which leads to a loyalty drop. Thank you for the follow, Habuka. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Okay, we're back. Okay, that setting from the bus stop was critical to the survival of my republic. Otherwise no one walked there. Is this Siberia? I hope not. No. This is just a regular map, Poland from the World Maps DLC. You're welcome. Oh god. No, not my loyalty. Right in the loyalty. I think lack of heating might have significantly impacted our loyalty. No, there's still a lot of people with loyalty here. Go work in the prison again. That was rough. Yep, let's make sure the train station has enough workers. Churches do lower loyalty a little bit, but only if they go there very frequently. If you supply alcohol as well, then negatives of church are cancelled out and maximum happiness and productivity are achieved. What a fun republic you had, Mega Monkey. I should have been there. It sounds glorious. I don't think loyalty matters for the workers in the orphanage. Only if we are trying to boost loyalty, and we don't care about that. Just take care of the children, it's fine. Supply alcohol and all other free time activities. Ah, okay, church and alcohol. That's all you need, I thought. Instructions unclear. Build another Ferris wheel. That also supplies alcohol demand, we learned. People will use attraction buildings in lieu of alcohol. If there's an attraction building, they might go there and like use a pool to drink alcohol instead. And then it would read attraction 1.5 liters. Which is kind of funny. As if they're like going there to like consume alcohol or something. My alcoholism is under 1% in summertime. Our republic is swaying back and forth, but it's also only at 5%. It's doing pretty well. Build that massive sports hall, the one for 400 capacity. Why? I mean, I guess you have a lot more people than I do, but people who do sport are scary, I guess. Come on, more workers in here. Don't crash this. They're so close to actually gaining, like, loyalty. Then I guess the first settlement in the future would just have a police, prison, and courthouse right away? No, I think an orphanage would still make sense as the first small settlement. It's much easier to get children to become loyal than prisoners. Hello, Pion. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Thanks for giving the shout out, Mega Monkey. How was your Manor Lord's continuation? Welcome raiders. I'm just Bright Shred. We're playing more Workers and Resources after our testing session earlier. And trying to apply the things we learned. Bringing back your viewers. Thank you. Welcome to Communist City. Different from Medieval Town. Yeah, instead like having a lot of serfs and trying to get only the loyal people in power, this is completely different. Was fun, hunted some deer to extinction because the game overrode my limitation. Ah. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Maybe they migrate again from the border? I don't know. Just as nature intended, yeah. Predator prey. That's good, we have many orphanages. For my viewers. I don't know if they need orphanages. No, our orphanage is a little bit overloaded right now. I don't know why. I guess because there's highly educated workers in here, they should all be like working in the orphanage, like... It's only disloyal people, like just make sure the orphanage is staffed. Come on guys. I don't want to keep telling you that. Oh, because someone moused over this and set the loyalty requirement to 84%, well... That slider being like clickable through UI is kind of a problem in some cases. Can lead to a lot of disloyalty. Let's go for the serious and medium crimes. Might be more significant criminals. I'm gonna lock them up for a little bit longer. I want the loyalty boost. 5 years is probably fine. 2.5 years wasn't too bad for the minor crimes, but yeah, 5 years for a serious criminal. That's gonna be a lot of loyalty ticks. 60, I think. No, 30. Maybe I should just throw everyone in prison for like 10 years, but then our prison's gonna get overloaded. I don't want that either. Still doing the whole loyalties shenanigans. Don't have enough workers yet for the clothing factory. I mean, we dropped like 100 people right now. And happiness is down in the tank, so productivity will have taken a little bit of a drop. Because of reasons. From 68 down to 55. Need to recover that again. Only way I've managed to fix crime after neglecting it was overstaffing the big station and just arresting everyone. Yeah, that would be an alternative way. I don't have that many wardens right now though, because I'm trying to use it mostly for boosting loyalty. So we need to have some limitation on the throughput, but the amount of like cases waiting and running out of time is slowly decreasing, so it isn't looking too bad. But we do need to catch up with things. Focus on the serious crimes right now. They're going to be locked up for 5 years. They might release with 100% loyalty at that point, guaranteed. And if those are... I guess we We don't know yet if they're highly educated or not. We only know that once they're like at the courthouse. So we can't make a decision based on their loyalty right now, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would send everyone with a higher education to prison. No questions asked. But we also need people with a basic education, I guess. Because they are becoming more loyal to then work as prison guards. Finish those 3 cases. I know your hands are frostbite ridden, but finish those 3 cases, please. You might get pushed over 50%, which would be ideal, depending on the loyalty percentage in the prison. Once the free time is over, whatever the loyalty percentage here is, will get applied to the prisoner's loyalty. And hopefully it's a big one. Ideally 2%. Maybe we can get up to 50% for the prisoner, but no guarantees. It might just drop to a negative at that exact moment, and then we're going to be quite angry, but it's only 1.3%, got up to 48 because of the way rounding worked. So maybe with another loyalty boost of that nature, we can manage to get you over 50, and then you can start working in the school. Why so many students still waiting? Have we run out of the loyal teachers in the school too? Hello, Raspitor. Welcome. I can't let the school run full again. Can I somehow turn this around to use the orphanage again? I don't think so. Right now it's all prison or nothing. So you have 2 more ticks. You will get over 50%. You're at 50% right now, and you'll get 1 more session. So you'll move then afterwards into this building, which is for higher educated people with 50 to 75% loyalty. And then I guess you can join the workers in the school education at that point. I'll see where you go, just to make sure I haven't accidentally set a different building to a wrong loyalty setting. But yeah, we will make this work somehow. I haven't gotten any new migrants for the prison system yet, which is kind of like a good indicator that it might be more stable. But we're also running quite low on workforce, I guess. You got released at 53% loyalty, and you moved into this flat, apparently. Why did I allow this one? I don't remember. Okay, well... I guess that setting was still there. You are not allowed to move in here. Only here. I'll be able to work for a bit. Hopefully their loyalty won't drop too much. It depends on their current demands and if everything gets satisfied or not. No lack of food or meat. And the crime that they're subjected to. We should move the very loyal people into the smallest buildings so they have the least amount of like crime possible. Is that why there's like these really tiny buildings? So we could fill these ones out with like highly educated workers, and they're much less susceptible to crime. Maybe that's one thing we can try out next time, making like a compound for highly educated workers with the smallest, highest quality buildings. Just to reduce the potential that they're like affected by crime at some point. How the quality of building work? I don't know fully yet. It seems to be a limiting factor to their happiness, but I didn't really pursue that much because it never really played an issue. Like, it never really had an impact to me much anymore afterwards. Low happiness reduces productivity and reduces birth rate, so yeah, it can have an impact, but I just turned off the warning messages for low happiness and haven't looked back ever since, I guess. It might be like a restricting factor to how much their happiness can increase. But it doesn't look like their happiness decreases just from living in a low quality flat on its own. Come on, police, take care of these 3 cases. We've like skipped a lot of other cases for this. Chance to solve is really low. No other cases until they're done. We actually need prisoners so we can make sure that they do get a loyalty boost. Yeah, I think minor cases are better. They run through a lot faster. Maybe I'll bring up the minor cases to 3 years, 4 years and 5 years. Slight increase in prison time, more gain of loyalty. It's still not unreasonable. I think the default for minor cases was set at like 2.5 years, medium cases 5 years, and serious cases 10 years. I hope all 3 of them are highly educated. We're down to 47% higher education, which is not great. I do hope that the university catches up again. I'll let it like run for a bit before we do the research for the resource map mode. It's more important right now. Man, if we do a Mega City 1 or Mega City 19 run, we could have loyal districts, we could have slum districts, we could have like all sorts of shenanigans in that one. Could be quite cool. Basic education, sure. Higher education, excellent. So many possibilities. Yeah, I would go ham on the like setting up loyalty-based districts, I guess. Seeing if we can have like a republic with like several tens of thousands of people with no radio or TV be very loyal. Mega Monkey City 1. That would be a different kind of city, yeah. That would be like 80% plus alcohol addiction and no crime. Let's increase the amount of court staff and judges so we make sure that these cases run through. No crime is so hard to achieve. Yeah. There's always going to be a little bit of crime, but like, if you can keep it at 1%, it would be nice. What's the 3rd serious crime going to be? Another higher educated citizen, hopefully? Please. Now, one thing... Yes, excellent. One thing I'm wondering about is like, can you induce certain people to commit crimes? Like, can you make it so that there's like a district full of highly educated people that are encouraged to create crime and become criminals? Because then we could feed highly educated workers into the prison more reliably. Right now I'm just trying to like change it by making most of our citizens be highly educated, I guess. Which is one way to do it. Minor crime, basic education. Medium crime? Who is... Wait, who is that? You too? Wait. Did you do 2 crimes? Why is the platform opening up? So who are you, like? I think there's a window open that I can't see. There we go. Timoshenko, 57. Nope. 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 Okay, no, they're all different people. It's just opening up the building behind it, what I'm clicking, I guess. Five cases not solved, and these 5 cases will be solved. It's gonna put our criminal cases this year at 50% unsolved for the time being. Which is less than 67 that it was last year. If we can maintain this, of course. Crime in Beslady O Project O Technical University. Okay, interesting. What did they do? Did they vandalize a monument? That would have a significant punishment. "25% loyalty not accepted in university, walking around until they meet the loyalty requirement." But the monuments aren't up yet, so it's going to take a little bit longer. But they're getting there. I'm going to set up a gallery of the art, I think. It's a small building. It provides good services for like people who are visiting. It's a very good building that's in high demand usually. So far, so good, I guess. We do have a waste storage, okay. Everything else is present. Coal price going up, so be it. Can't change it. Okay, that's too many cases. Cancel these. Get these ones through. I should have done it the other way around, like I said. But I do believe the serious cases might be more important towards lowering actual criminality. Looking for a new map to play on, with some flat areas for cities, some rivers and oceans. Any suggestions? My favorite map that has all of these things is New Horizons 2.0. It has a... You can start on an area with a flat area, you can start in the hills with a western and eastern customs house. It has a relatively large river down the middle. And yeah, I mean... Otherwise there's a lot of workshop maps that fulfill that criteria. Let's hope we have enough prison staff for all of the new prisoners showing up. Saw that, but it's very hilly for my liking. Have you seen the southern edge of it? Like the south center? It's very flat next to the river. The hills are all on the edge, and then if you want to develop northwest. But the center along the hill from the south is very flat. It looks deceptively hilly, I would say. And have another look at it. Okay. I think the courthouse, no, the prison might have like a limitation of how many workers can walk there, or are we running out of... I'm gonna get some migrants with enough loyalty. I need the prison to run well. We need the loyalty gain. It's the first time I got migrants for prisoners, I guess. Locked up for 5.6 years. You're gonna be released at like age of 46 with, I think, 100% loyalty. Which would be great. Because then you can help in the university making other professors with 75% or higher loyalty. Police station still seems to be keeping up. I'll let it run. The serious and minor case are almost dealt with, and then it's just 2 minor crimes and 1 medium case. And those it can handle, I think. I like the Tiger map, it's very varied. Yeah, New Horizons 2.0 is like a more flat Tiger map, but it's by the same artist. What prison sentence did you land on? I think 2.5% for minor cases is ideal. I've increased the prison sentence for serious crimes because I just want to reduce criminality a bit more. Also because serious and medium crimes are less impacted by a loyalty drop when they get imprisoned. So actually those cases could be even shorter. But no, I want to try like reduce crime while also getting some people up to 100% loyalty. I think these sentences could be reduced all down to 2.5 years and it would be fine. But not right now, I need more loyalty. But yeah, Tiger map is from the same map maker as the New Horizons 2.0 map. I think the Tiger map is more challenging and a little bit more hilly. If I remember it correctly. Another higher educated citizen, very good. Another one, very good. Yes, put them in prison, make them very loyal to the cause of the Republic, please. I think we know that, like, or at least I have the feeling that crime gets created when a service building is overloaded. That seems to like create a lot of crime. Maybe that's how you can make like a district with a lot of highly educated workers. And then you like understaff like an indoor pool. And there's like always people coming out of it like getting imprisoned or something. Or like you're not selling like any electronics, and then the small shopping center has always some unsolved crime in it. Wonder if a comrade gets a set tendency towards crime when born. Yes, I think the developer said that there's like a tendency for people to have like a certain amount of loyalty, which we could verify, but also for crime. So some people are more prone to cause crime or be trending towards like actually committing crime. Weird thing to test, could you use prisoners as wardens? That doesn't work now. You can't use the prisoners to then drive back to the prison as wardens. You can assign it to a bus, but it won't unload, unfortunately. Someone already tested that. I wonder who. I don't know if it changed, but yeah, like you get a prison bus. You can assign it to the prison, of course, but it doesn't unload. So you load, and then you unload. Only gonna do the chore once, I guess. Still need a gas station in this area, I think. Although with it being vehicles, they drive quite quickly now. Come on, police station. Finish some of the cases, and the other ones will be shortly behind that. Make sure you have enough staff. Very loyal basic education needs to move into... Which building was it? This one? Yes. Very loyal, no education or basic education is allowed to move in here. 50% or higher. And then they shouldn't work in the orphanage. That's like obsolete. Go work in the prison with that loyalty. We're not wasting our most loyal people on the orphanage right now. I mean, the orphanage threat still works, but we're changing our tune right now. Okay, so I don't know if you actually did something. Let's take a look again. I didn't pay attention. You didn't load any prisoners, or you did load them and unloaded them again. Let's see. You're not loading them, because this building doesn't accept any prisoners, so you're not even trying to load them. Even though some of them are waiting for their work shift. I could force load some people to like make it really obvious. Like put another loading command in here. Then the vehicle will stay here until it can actually load someone. And you see, they're not loading anyone right now. It's trying to load people. But this stop does not accept any workers. And if I like add like a heating plant or something, then of course it will load people. Because then it can actually unload them at the area. So now it has 2, but it skipped over this stop because it can't unload it here. So if we send it in again, only went to load them, didn't do anything else. I'm not sure what impact prison labor has on loyalty. I didn't test that. Maybe if they actually do prison labor, they like stay short by an equivalent amount, so they get less of a loyalty boost. But I'm not sure. Maybe it actually makes the loyalty boost more efficient. Things we don't know yet. Almost done with the monuments. Some of the students here are going to be really happy, so they don't have to wait like months anymore, because their loyalty is going to start increasing. I wonder if they're like kept in a time paradox right now where they're not aging and just waiting there. I think that's actually happening. What's the situation like? 7 to 21-year-olds. I mean, we had a heating crisis, so everything crashed. But I guess if they have children waiting to get an education, they probably don't have more children during that time. I would assume. Okay, that's a couple too many cases. Finish the existing ones, please. That one's too low. Doesn't really tick up much anymore. After like 15-20% chance to solve, it's too slow. Unless it's the only one they're handling. But I'd rather them focus on the medium and other crimes that they can quickly solve. More wardens, please. Come on, gang. I need my loyalty increase, not a loyalty decrease. Yeah, this stream is about applying what we learned in the science time stream, I guess. What a weird thing that was. Just a spontaneous decision to make like a testing stream. But I think it paid off. Could be quite interesting knowledge we find out. There must be like a science time stream about personal cars at some point, I think. But maybe once I start using them in a productive environment, then a science stream might make sense. I needed some more knowledge, basically. Still at 66%, huh? Come on now. Get these cases solved. Do we really need a second police station? I mean, it would make it, like, very stable. It would create a lot of prisoners. I don't know if we would have enough wardens to run it that way. We need like 1 warden per prisoner, basically, because currently we only accept 20 wardens for 60 prisoners, but we have the shift system in the building too. So we need more wardens. So you need almost as much wardens as prisoners. Except if the prison is very far away, I guess then you could make do with fewer wardens. Oh, is that a way to stretch the loyalty? But how do you make sure that only the most loyal people go to that settlement? I don't know of a way yet to split my public transportation based on loyalty. Maybe that's what you use like personal cars for. Maybe you send people with personal cars and high loyalty to prisons. Oh, is that a way to do it, huh? That could be interesting. You use the personal cars to send workers to prisons if they have sufficient loyalty. Means I would need the research for vehicles for most loyal citizens only. And then we can give that to our citizens. They drive over to a prison, giving the most loyalty boost there, and working for longer. Because right now we're having a little bit of a deficit of workers in that area. Not enough loyalty. I don't know if the cars then become unassigned if the loyalty drops too much. Congratulations, you are our most loyal citizen. Here's a car, and now you're going to prison. But I only to work. Ah, okay, that's fine. Well, that might be a viable strategy. At that rate, we could even move the very loyal people here by personal car. Too low happiness. So someone with low loyalty but decent happiness. Your loyalty should go up now. Until you're 35 and then you can go and study. Oh, you're a worker, never mind. No, you're not a worker, you're studying. That was correct. You're also 23% loyalty, 53 happiness. You'll walk around until you have 35% loyalty and then you can go study. You need the old bread and circus, you can't skip the circus part. Well, the circus is the new gallery of the art that we just built. Another attraction building. I'm waiting for someone to show up here and drinking alcohol, but I don't think they show up in this case. But yeah, that's quite popular. It's for culture, it's for as an attraction building. Why not? Its popularity will go down as people like get that satisfaction need fulfilled once, and then they'll oscillate between that, the carousel, and the indoor pool. You need either radio or TV. No, we're not building that. I'm still working on making it work without that. No radio or TV. We're not having that. Illegal technology for the Republic. Oh, we're out of electricity again. Come on now. You're like too far gone. It seems to be catching up. It feels like it's like the police station is actually catching up. A lot of these cases it should be able to solve. Not all of them just yet, but a lot of them. Stop caring about that. Finish these. I got a lot of migrants for the prison as workers. Make use of them. I hope they're going all into the correct areas now. So basic education. You're basically a future like worker in the prison with your over 50% loyalty. You're gonna release. You should find a room in this building and then you can start working there. This is the only building that I think has people set up for basic education with 50 to 75% loyalty. These ones accept 50 to 100. These ones accept 50 to 75. %, good. 49, you still got half your prison time left. You had 51% loyalty. This might work. How irritating would it be to upgrade those roads? I always find myself wanting to start with nice roads, just avoid the upgrade process. I mean, in this case I set up 2 roads in parallel, so upgrading this road is quite easy, while the other one's like not being upgraded. Going down this route, for example, I would have to set up like a bypass road that like leads around here, a dirt road, and then I can do 2 sections at a time, making sure that not everything is like blocked. So if I wanted to upgrade this thing, it should still be accessible from this side. So I could upgrade this one, and then the one at the orphanage, I guess I could upgrade as long as the food doesn't run out. But it could at that point burn down, I guess. But yeah, if you want to upgrade roads, like if you want to upgrade, like for example, a road like this, set up a dirt road and try to upgrade it after winter, so there's no slowdown as much. You can even split it up into multiple sections, or if you have a paver and roller, just keep it as one and let it do its thing while it's getting all the resources delivered and doesn't need any workers. It's a little bit tedious, but I find the process enjoyable, I guess. But that's, I guess, a personal thing. 7.9 years, huh? Cumulative crimes. I need to make sure that loyal people get released in the correct buildings. That's why I built 2 lanes of roads through cities. I mean, the other option is like to have a road through it, a single lane road, and then a single lane road around it, and just do the same process, like upgrade a section at a time, and then they can use the other road to drive around it. But in a customs house, it kind of makes sense to do that, I guess. I'm just afraid of messing it up. Yeah, we all are, and when it happens, if you don't hate it, you can still load a save game and try and fix it, or you just live with it and make it. It makes for good stream content, I guess. Maybe I should try and keep the loyal people around here with a bus stop solution, but I don't want to do that. 75% loyalty, very good. 2 more years. Don't worry, if you mess up, you just cry like me and then think about your city plan for the next 4 months. Yeah, I mean, like messing up, like when I messed up, I built like a small heating pipe to the heat exchanger. Then I had to rebuild a large heating pipe instead, while the city was already running. It was kind of cool. Things become sometimes too challenging and a lot of people die, but they're loyal enough to accept that. We have 82 21-year-olds without their own flat. So it is not the very loyal, highly educated people. It is not the loyal, highly educated people. They have room in here to move into. They are fine. So it must be someone with either disloyal, highly educated people, less than 50%. That is not the case because these buildings are still open. They accept workers highly educated 0 to 50. So it must be someone with a basic education. We do have room for people with a basic education and loyalty of 0 to 25. What about buildings with a basic education 25 to 50? These ones are full. This one is set to higher loyalty than that. I'll flip you over, I guess. I think it's them. I think it's the 25 to 50 loyalty basic educated citizens. It can't be the 0 to 25% loyalty ones because this is empty. And it can't be the ones with higher than 50% loyalty because those two buildings are still empty. It could be uneducated ones, I guess. So it could be people living with their parents at the age of 21 or higher, having no education, and an unknown loyalty of less than 50%. Or less than 75%. I guess less than 50% we should probably also move into a building. So if you have 50 to 75% loyalty, you can also move into these houses. In preparation for working in the prison, I guess. No highly educated here right now. We need to fill the building for the school first. This one needs to accept all highly educated workers with 50 to 75% loyalty. Because the school could also make people with higher than 50% loyalty to work in the prison system. And I think the highly educated workers with a higher loyalty could do more than just like working in here. It would be more productive to make them teach people rather than working in here directly. Okay, I'm gonna keep monitoring you, where you move into, and someone with a higher education, you. So you should move into one of these three buildings based on your loyalty. These two for 50 to 75 and this one for 50 to 100. Whatever loyalty you're gonna add up with is probably gonna be below a 75, so it's gonna be one of these two buildings. In 2 more ticks you will move out. You have 5 more ticks, 43% loyalty, you should be over 50% at that point. So your target destination would be this building at that point, unless I forgot another one. Like maybe you? No, you don't accept highly educated, okay. Yeah, I don't see a reason to accept anyone below 25% loyalty anymore, because all of the systems we have now should allow us to help boost people over, like, up to 35% loyalty at the very least. As long as their happiness is high enough. So you're gonna get released after your free time this shift. Got 67% loyalty, probably 69 at the end, nice. And then we'll make sure you move into one of the 3 buildings to verify that the setup is working correctly. And then you will work in the prison until your loyalty drops below 55. Police station is overworked, let's get rid of some of the cases. Yeah, I might have to build another police station, I guess. It's like a fine balance between getting rid of all crime, which then would like lose us the possibility to get people like turned into very loyal people for the future. Maybe it all comes down to just running a orphanage next to a university and school and making them as criminal as possible, while also giving them a higher education. So we can then lock them up and boost their loyalty in the prison afterwards. Okay, you got released. This brick flat, which is correct, and you were working at the prison, so that's working correctly. 70% loyalty, you can work at the prison for a while. And then we'll have to check Samoylov. Samoylov, Danya, Borisovich. You should release with a loyalty over 50%, I hope. And then you should be able to work in the school. So we hopefully can slowly fill this building up with loyalty 50% or higher, to start requesting that again from our teachers, which is currently not what's happening. I need some party officials that can actually get these students through with enough loyalty. I'm gonna get some migrants with high loyalty to get this started too. Party headquarter, otherwise bus platform. Yeah, maybe in the future we need like criminals coming out of the orphanage to then have a reliable source of prisoners that we can then make loyal inside the prison before we release them again. They also wouldn't be too disloyal getting released from an orphanage. They would just be like... How would you boost the criminality? I guess like either preference for alcohol or anti-religious propaganda. The alternative would be to understaff the building, but I think you can just run anti-religious propaganda to actually increase criminality. Or alcohol. Not that it isn't already understaffed. Two more sessions. The next session you're going to be at 41, and then you're going to release after the session ends. And then you should move to Best Lady Flats Brick 6. I guess we can rename that. High 50, 75. Higher education loyalty 50 to 75. That's how we're gonna call it now, I guess. Not that one. Where are you? You. And then we got this lady flats 75 to 100 high. So should go to 4.1 out of 4.1 years. Over 50% loyalty. And then you will move into the 50 to 75 range. After the next shift. So it'll means you're gonna increase to like 53, which is not a lot of time to work in the school, but that's fine. No other buildings with loyalty settings of like higher than 50% until those buildings have been filled with population. We have released to Best Lady Flats high 50 to 75, which is as predicted. Your loyalty is currently unknown, but that's fine. You'll work in the school. If the school is full, you can theoretically work in the party HQ, but that doesn't make any sense anymore. If the party HQ is full, then you can work in the school. That would still make sense. But yeah, the only person living here right now. No chance for crime right now, I guess. Yeah, maybe the very small buildings make sense for the highly educated workers. With the very loyal, highly educated workers. With the reduction of, like, the potential for crime is significantly reduced the fewer people are living in a building. I'm thinking of like a small area that is like an enclosed system where they live. They have their own grocer, their own shopping centers. They don't have to go to like a public shopping center where they might meet someone who commits a crime and then drops down their loyalty. We would basically have to make like an enclave inside the city to keep their loyalty as high as possible for as long as possible. And then at the, let's say the enclave is like, we have a couple of these smaller houses. You have like a shopping center, an alcohol kiosk, and some other service buildings in the area. These service buildings might actually be at the edge of the enclave. But then I don't know how you could restrict it on. No, it has to be in the center. We would have to bring workers here so they work in those buildings. And they could still commit a crime, I guess. But the idea was then to have like a fence around this whole thing. And then to make it accessible, I was thinking like maybe on the fence you would have a school. So the very loyal people can walk in here to teach, and then some other people can walk in here to work as staff, and then students would go in from the outside too. That's what I'm thinking of right now for the future. Just to minimize the exposure of highly educated workers to the general public. To reduce their loyalty drop. Because I think the person who moved in here is going to drop in loyalty whenever they encounter something that they don't like. Be it a lack of like enough time to visit an attraction building or something else. At some point they're going to drop below 50% and be useless for the purpose that they have been designed for. I don't know why you dropped your attraction building visit. I have no idea. And you also wanted electronics, which might be the reason why you got that cranky. Or you were currently trying to fulfill the attraction demand. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is a valid way to like plan things out. Seems like it could be kinda complex as a settlement design. I don't think we should be having this many orphans with a small settlement like this. Must be all the orphans from the health crisis we had, I guess. "162 days of walking, loyalty is up to 28%. I don't know if it's increasing right now, it should be. Keep walking, I guess. Maybe at some point you can get an education. 79% loyalty, 3 more sessions, including the one that's currently ongoing. You're going to be releasing with like 85% loyalty. So we will have a professor for the university this way. Two more sessions. Here's someone with 92% loyalty. Still got 2 years. Serious crime plus like a medium crime. Sentenced of both. I haven't looked at the police station in a while, but seems to be keeping up still. Let's keep going with that. Courthouse is keeping up too. Excellent. If this whole thing runs into the situation where we have to look for enough criminals to keep it running, then it's gonna get mean again. But until now, it's not as mean as the previous session, I would say. Okay, you're on your last session. You're gonna move into the building 75 to 100, working in the university, as will you, but you're gonna still take 2 years and then have like very little time left to actually like work, but that's fine. I wonder how many more mechanisms are in the game that are not used as much yet. Like to me, like undiscovered to me, I guess I should say. I'm not really looking at like guides or anything. You did move into the correct building, excellent. So you are now working in the party HQ, providing education for our future students, pushing up their loyalty. Meaning that if they finish their education, they will hopefully be above 50% loyalty, so they can also work in the party HQ. Now we have a source of a couple highly educated people with very high loyalty from the prison complex. And we might be able to slowly increase the demand on loyalty this way. And if they go over 60% loyalty, they can move into the student hall residence to continue studying until they're done. And because our professors should be higher than... Well, the professors are higher than the loyalty demand here, they will be able to finish their education. Hopefully with a loyalty higher than 60 even. 1.14 at 66% loyalty. If you get an education tick from the party HQ, you should be going up in loyalty, I think. Because the professor is going to be higher loyalty than you. If they're 50 to 75, they can then afterwards move into the building that teaches in the school, and if they're 75 to 100, they can continue going to the university to teach in it. Going to the theater. So yeah, 1.14 to 66. Let's see what happens if you get an education tick. You might be queued up behind right now because your current education level is not that high. So you're going to be in the Hall of Residence for a while, until it's your time, I guess. Yep. Okay, I mean that's fine. But it means that we should be starting to see more people with high loyalty piling up in the Hall of Residence. We shouldn't lose any of them. They can wait here until their education is done. And as more professors with over 75% loyalty become available. This building still has a ton of like people with lower loyalty than that, but as more professors move in here, more work can get done in the university. And we'll be able to push up the loyalty requirement. Damn, fuel refinery and bauxite is so busted. Stockpiling 18 million rubles. Yeah, it's a way to make money. People get better at this game and then figure out the ways to make money. And I'm now here ignoring everything that kind of makes money and trying to figure out like how to balance my society. Because I think that's where the real challenge lies. Currently. Like it might also at some point like be easy. Okay, balancing society without a radio or TV, I should say. Because I think the mechanisms here are quite interesting and delicately balanced. But I have not understood them yet. You dropped to 84% loyalty. Or you were at 84, I think. You dropped to 79. I think you were in a building where a crime was committed. Very big loyalty drop. Very unfortunate. I should... Having him wait at the bus platform where he could be susceptible to a crime is very, very unfortunate, I guess. But yeah, I think he got like mugged in the in the grocer probably, buying food. %100% loyalty, higher education, 1 more year until release, and then you can spend 3 years teaching in the university, I guess. I need to test if I need 2 small stores for 2,000 population city. You only need 1 store. They don't want that much clothing or electronics. What they want is food and meat. You need more grocers, if anything. Like, the whole addition to clothing and electronics is like marginal to how much food and meat they want. If they connect to warehouses and meat storage, I think it should be manageable. Well, it's mainly, the limiting factor is the people working in the buildings. If you run everything through a shopping center, they don't sell food as efficiently to people, I think. Because they're mainly for like people who want everything, if they want all 4 components. If someone wants to buy food and meat and or clothing, they should go to a small shopping center. But otherwise they would be better served in a grocer, I think. I need them to pick up electronics. Yeah. Then it makes sense. But they don't pick up electronics that frequently. It's like a demand that they fill once and then they're done. Like, they fill it, they're done for like several years. Every day, unless they travel very far, they will want food. Come on, teach them. God dang it. Why are you in here with 36 and 38% loyalty? Get out. Go to your own university. This one. I marked it clearly. Less than 50 loyalty. Go to this one. It's not that difficult. We're down to 44% higher educated. This one has been slacking off a bit, since we're not sending any higher educated citizens to the train line anymore, I guess. We probably need to tell this train line to not load workers with a higher education. right now. Running a 2.5k town with a small shopping center, only getting around 30% visitors. And I ran a 4k from one with a lower loyalty productivity. 30% visitors? What do you mean 30% visitors? Like 30% of your population is going to it? Or like, you mean 30% capacity? Hello Arid, shoppers. I mean, everyone needs to go there. Everyone needs to go to a shopping center or grocer to get food. So all of the people need to go to a building to get nutrition. If you mean like 30% of your population at one time is shopping, then that would be different. This shopping center is understaffed. Okay, I'm gonna flip another building, this one. You will also accept basic education in here. No higher education. It shouldn't be people with very low loyalty. We already excluded that because they would move in here. It's gonna be people with either no education or basic education, 25 to 50% loyalty. Looks like it's the basic education ones. So this building will probably fill up. Yeah, let's make sure these buildings are staffed for now. It's also providing workers to the kindergarten. No, I mean I should support at least twice that. If at the moment only uses around 30%. Oh, okay. Well, that is based on the productivity of the workers. So let's say this building, the small shopping center, is this structure, which is currently highlighted because I have it selected in the build menu. Its maximum amount of visitors is 100, with 20 workers. That means if we have 10 workers in here, it should be able to support 50. But currently it's only 28. So it's it's a little bit more than 50%. Why is it that way? Because the productivity of the workers is slightly more than 50%. The average productivity. So the productivity of the workers is very low for you in that case, if it's like only at around 30%. If you mouse over these citizens, the third line tells you the average productivity. And the average productivity goes down when their loyalty or happiness is significantly lower than normal. So you might have like a pollution crisis from like waste piling up, making your citizens very sick and unhappy. You might have they might be demanding something that you don't know what it is yet. Here, for example, worker with 30% productivity, very low loyalty and happiness. 30% productivity is the lowest they can ever achieve. Prisoners' lowest productivity is 60%. Had it fluctuate around 80 to 30% capacity, even with a nearby grocery store. I mean, the productivity just changes based on the workers in it. So you might have like a couple residential buildings that have very low productivity. So if I find someone in here with like 30% productivity, I could go and check, is it like a special building? Does the building have any issues? Probably not. So why does this person have like low loyalty and happiness? Did they get like imprisoned? Did they have children that died? Can't really analyze that. But for some reason they're very unhappy. They are satiated, they are healthy, they have sports and culture enjoyment, no alcohol addiction, no criminality, they have clothing. We can wait until the end of the day and see what happens to their happiness and loyalty if all of the demands are satisfied. And some people just become really upset with you, even if you do everything they want. 15 to 16, 15 happiness, 16 loyalty. Happiness went up by 1%. That's not a lot, but I don't know what affected them, but that's like a way to try and analyze the situation, I think. If you notice the building is currently at like a very low productivity, go and check the productivity for the workers and see if you can analyze why they're at 30%, if it's like a systemic issue or if it's just a fluke. If you say it fluctuates a lot, then maybe you're bringing workers from a different settlement into town every now and then and they are very disloyal or unhappy. No, I mean, like, it has times where it will have 80, 115 in the small store, so I assume that it was close to max capacity. Oh. Yeah, the max capacity changes with the productivity of the workers, like I said. The max capacity of this thing is 100 workers. 100 shoppers, I mean, with 20 workers at 100% productivity. We're currently at 19, so not that far off, and we can only handle 63, so maybe 66 or 67 with like one extra seller. So we're at like a fraction of the productivity, 67, 65% productivity right now. The amount of people will fluctuate. And then the amount of shoppers, if you're over 70% of the capacity, so if you have like, let's say you have a capacity of 100 and there's more than 70 shoppers in there, you run the risk of like a crisis anyway. Because if the building undergoes maintenance, its productivity will also drop down to 70% of its normal one. So this productivity will change if it undergoes maintenance. So if you run buildings with at the limit all the time, you run the risk of a crisis when the maintenance starts kicking in. And then you create more criminals, and that can lead to problems with like other people dropping in loyalty and productivity, and then your heating plant might stop working. But I'm not sure if I fully understand the question. I just want to tell you that the max capacity of the building changes based on the productivity of the people. The max capacity is not always 100. The max capacity of the prison is always fixed. That one is always 60. It doesn't accept more or less than that, regardless of how many workers are in here or what their productivity is. This one is always fixed. But for the shopping centers, it's fluctuating. It's variable based on their productivity. That's what I'm trying to like say. If you have very high productivity, your buildings can be even more efficient than their designated, like, designed capacity, I guess. I kind of want to build more bus stops, actually. Because if those people here with very high loyalty run into the situation where the prison is full, I want them to walk to a bus stop and then look for this area to search for other work, not run to the generic bus stop and get mugged or something. Yeah, that's why I think I need 2 small shopping centers for 2,000 pop, I guess. But the shopping center is only at that max capacity because that many people in there want to buy food. So you can go in here and check what the people actually want. Some of them will only want food and alcohol, and they could get that at a grocer. And the grocer is more efficient at selling to people for like worker count to shoppers. Let me see if I can actually back up that statement. So a grocer, I still need to write down the grocery store for brutalism sells everything now, which I think is incorrect. Let me write that down, because I think that's a bug. I don't think that's how it should be, but anyway. The early start grocer, with 15 workers you get 105 people that can buy food or meat. And here in the shopping center you need 20 people to deal with 100 visitors. So that's like already a decreased amount of maximum visitors with like 25, with like a third more of the workers. Since most of your population only want food and meat when they go visit somewhere, the grocer would be a better investment. Because these are the most productive building to distributing food and meat to your citizens. Restaurants are very inefficient at distributing food and meat to your citizens, but they do give you money if you have tourists, I guess. But yeah, that's what I mean, like, this grocer needs less than 15 people to serve 100 visitors. A shopping center needs 20 workers to deal with 100 visitors. Just the buildings in their nature, regardless of productivity, are different capacity based on what they do. Yes, the small shopping center makes it so the person doesn't have to go somewhere else to also buy clothing and electronics. But like I said, the majority of population just wants food. Food and meat. Drinking alcohol is always a different building anyway. Food only, no meat. Food, sport. I think if you build a single grocer, you would improve your efficiency quite a lot. And then if you notice that grocer running full, you just drop a second one. These 1,600 people only have one shopping center and 2 grocers. And the grocers still have more capacity. I'm just not sending enough workers to them. To do that for the first city of 2K pop, by the way. That was the city with 10% radio pop. So I want to test if I had 2 small shopping centers instead, would the radio adoption be higher? Oh yeah, sure. If you want to try and sell people more electronics, yeah, sure. I did not get that from the question. I was just confusing myself, I guess. You had like 0% loyalty, you're up to 25. Not good enough to move anywhere else other than... Well, no, you can move into the city, I guess. That's fine. Or back to Prusco if you want. We got 5 teachers now. Some are already below 50% again because probably got mugged or something, but it's good to see the population in the building grow. And for the highly loyal people, we got someone with 100% loyalty working in the school because the university was full, I guess. Or we just fell to that 1%. You got another 10 years in you, so hopefully you can do a lot of work during that time. Hello Neo Contra. Welcome. You missed the stream already today. We did already do some workers and resources science time, but I did upload it to YouTube because I think it was quite fun. I might do that in the future, maybe even as like a normal stream. Technically, I had a lower radio challenge for the first 20 years of workers and resources. Yeah. Oh god, that emote. That emote is just like the same emote with the mouth flipped around, right? Is it? I don't remember. Let me check. Well, it's the mouth flipped around, but also the tongue put in the right place, so it's like... It's super creepy. But yeah, we did like a 4-hour session to do some loyalty testing, and it was quite fun. I think. The university will also make new professors for the school, which is good. I wonder if this setup is going to be like solid, stable. Nothing in workers and resources is stable. There's always like something you could turn or modify and then it all collapses. Like that, me assigning people from this bus stop going to the train station almost killed the city again. I missed more loyalty testing? How very sad I missed that. Well, yeah, that was very sad. Everyone was looking for you. I'm glad you agree. I actually don't know what was the hypothesis of the loyalty test. There was no hypothesis. I just wanted to figure out more how loyalty actually works. I wanted to know what decreased loyalty, and if what we already knew was actually correct, like cars boosting the loyalty of citizens, which didn't seem to actually do anything. But I did not dive deeply into cars, like personal cars would be another, like, science time, I guess. I only saw car move from one end to the other. Yeah, that was during the car testing phase, I guess. Maybe Prusco is gonna supply enough, like, criminals all the time. Although most crime is actually from this lady, so I don't know. Only one from Prusco, the grocer. More workers. Stop it. Stop it. No. The loyalty here shouldn't drop that much, I hope. 79% loyalty, let's go. 115% productivity. We're looking at like this number, and I'm very happy. Thought we might get a republic with that much productivity at some point. But yeah, the fact that I don't have to micromanage the orphanages with like migrants tells me that this might be the correct approach. Waiting for Badger Honey to message the dev about loyalty math again. I don't know what Badger Honey did or how that got involved. I mean, it might change things in the future, but then we would hopefully just adapt to it. We should try and push for higher loyalty. Once we get to 9 people living here, I think we can do that. That would be 3 teachers per shift, I guess. Now let's do it already. 50% should be doable. $1.31 to 65 loyalty. 1.34 to 65 loyalty. No loyalty drop. Good. Yeah, if the people release out of this, out of the university with like 65% loyalty, that's like prime school teacher material. But we still need like workers with like over 75% loyalty ideally. And that's where the prison comes in. Slowly funneling the most loyal people into the party HQ. Get in here, students, it's time for your indoctrination lessons. Yes. That's what we're doing. I never said we weren't. Come on, police station, you can do it without intervention. You get this. I believe in you. Looks very good now. Everything is still below 50, oh, above 50% chance of solving. So the progress is still very good. Once we get to like 40%, it slows down tremendously. But right now, everything seems like solvable. As long as we have enough police officers here. I might have to set up a residential building just attracting more workers in the area to run the police station for us. Because these 3 buildings are now basic education to run the prison. And I don't have a lot of highly educated workers in the area queued up anymore. I guess I'll change this one over to... higher education, regardless of loyalty. Could be a change. I mean, it's not that stressed, I guess. What is your city income? Just clothing? It's mostly hazardous waste. I switched over to hazardous waste. Clothing factory is not really running that well. since Prusco also seems to be dying, since we're not having that many disloyal people anymore. So very few people are actually now moving to Prusco because everyone's loyalty is higher than 25%. So this punishment is like kind of like an indicator that things are actually going well. But no, we have like an area over here that is just run with foreign workers. And they're running a waste incinerator with hazardous waste. While I'm doing my loyalty experiments. And we're also importing a little bit of hazardous waste and making metal scrap on this side. In the city's waste incinerator. So yeah, not very challenging like money making schemes, but like I said, I'm mostly focused on like the whole like architecture of a city to try and boost loyalty instead of like money making right now. Yeah, I might have to let some more people live closer to the police station. Maybe this one. High 25 to 75. No assignments. Most likely go to... No, I can't do 75. It has to be 25 to 50. Because until this building is filled up, no one's going to move anywhere else. But it's slowly filling up, so that's good. Which means our students will have more teachers, and all probably get pushed up over 50% loyalty. Yeah, this should be high 25 to 50, I guess. Higher education only 25 to 50. And then these ones are going to accept 50 to 100. Low. I went to burn the waste from the bauxite, coal and iron processing and realized there are a lot more unburnable wastes and it's hard to rid myself of. So I built a separation plant, construction goes into gravel and just dump the metal scrap at the border. Yeah, that works. If you put a external waste storage outside of the bauxite mine, you can pre-sort a lot of gravel waste out of the construction waste out of the waste itself. So you would have a waste storage like this and tell it to store construction waste, and the mine itself automatically dumps a lot of the construction waste already into separate containers. Means your waste sorting facility has less work to do. But it's not doing it completely cleanly. There's still going to be some construction waste in the mixed waste. So you still need the waste sorting. Okay, you don't work in prison anymore. The higher educated are needed to work. There's some really loyal people in here, but I need them to work in the... Is that a good idea right now? How many loyal people did I move in here? Not that many. There's like 3 extra. What's up with monuments again? Monuments are additive percentage values, it looks like. So if you have someone with, like, let's say they have like 50% happiness and 20% loyalty, and their internal loyalty multiplier that we don't know about is like at 1. If you make them live next to monuments of added together 100% value, So these 2.4% or these 2.8%, if all of them add up to 100%, they would get 1% of loyalty every 60 seconds, or like every in-game day, I guess. Up to a loyalty of 35 to 40. Tank monuments, let's go. Yeah, they're very efficient. But I'm only going to build them probably after 1945. What is loyalty math? I have no idea. I'm not sure what the loyalty math actually refers to. I couldn't say. That I do not know. Okay, police station, come on, you can do it. That's a lot of serious crimes right now. No, you can't do these. These are too much. Maybe once the medium crime is done. But no additional minor cases right now. They just expire too quickly. Well, we're down to like 40% now, which is good. From originally 80, so the single police station should be able to handle these things still. And as the general loyalty and productivity of the Republic increases, so should hopefully the police station's capacity as well. Yeah, maybe this whole process was already done by other people. But like I said, I enjoy this like discovery phase more than anything. Like I enjoy this discovery phase more than like reading about it, I guess. Now there's a radio adoption center. No radio. We're also not running this orphanage anymore. You are happy to probably hear. Every orphan that we are now taking care of is actually kept in the Republic nicely. End of stream later? Of course not. I'm gonna go to bed in like 6-7 hours. It's barely enough for a Workers and Resources stream, a second Workers and Resources stream, although we might be doing something different tomorrow. That's a lot of prisoners. We're losing loyalty right now. Probably because this building is unassigned. I guess we can't do that right now. And tomorrow. Oh my god. No. I'll go to bed now. Good night, whatnots. Why not say? Ooh, no, it's fine. Don't bully my viewers. Sleep tight. Exactly. Exactly, thank you. Will do. Oh god, I was about to make a joke, but I was then like I then stopped because I think people might either clip it or like misunderstand it. Only Mega Monkey would have probably understood it. So the thing I wanted to say was get tucked, but yeah. I didn't, so everything is good. %% productivity, 76 and 66 loyalty and happiness. Then I could have blackmailed you with that, yeah. But I think I put enough content and references around it now so everything is explained and people shouldn't get mad at it. Hopefully. Yeah, when the very loyal people do not work at the prison, they go basically to this bus platform, which if they then go to the train, which then means they get shipped over to this whole route. I need the very loyal people to actually stay in this area. I need to give them their own platform. I think. So they look for work locally and don't try and go to like a train station. They go to this platform, wait for an hour, and look for work only in this area, not on other bus platforms. I mean, the small platform should be enough to deal with that. Narrative over truth. That was the truth. Horse time. No, we only got 3 horses left, and they're probably going to get removed now because it's 1932 and I didn't even look at it yet. But I think we have alternative road cranes, which can take over the work of the horse ones. So they are going to go away now. Thanks for reminding me. Horse time is over. I'm sorry. That's the last horses. The horses closed. Yep. If we check for all horses, horse-drawn vehicles, horse pastures, space for vehicles. There's one in a road depot apparently. Oh, they're heading here. Yeah, sure. Wrong building. Now you're heading to the correct one. And now the train can go and export them. If those can be loaded onto the train cars, I guess. Yes. pet food. I don't know what the other nation's gonna do with it. I'm just gonna get rid of it. And then we can demolish this whole thing again, because that'll have done its thing. There's not gonna be any horses anymore. Unless something really weird happens, like, I don't know, modern horses, modern horse carriages. I hope this extra bus stop is going to do what I think it should do. No, police station, come on, you can handle this. I believe in you. Horses are family members, aren't they? No? No, they don't sit at the table. I would say not. So many cases popping up. Plan to provide private cars? Probably not this run. But maybe in the Mega City 19 run. I thought they provided a loyalty boost, but they don't seem to. I have to do a science stream for personal cars, I guess. %, loyalty, not bad. 57 loyalty for you right now, up to 59, excellent. 2% loyalty tick. For 0.05 education. (47) 21-year-olds without their own flat, which is, I guess, okay. Some people are spending a very long time here. But I think their loyalty is going up. Sometimes. (42% highly educated). I don't think the number of highly educated went down. I think I just accepted more people with basic education back into the city. Oh no, it did went down, okay. From 500 to less than 400. Hopefully it's going to recover. "21 workers and 44 students." I need the resource map mode. But we dropped higher educated workers too much. I need to get back to 500 of them, 50%. Because the population is going to increase too. We put down more houses. "84% loyalty, 3 more sessions. Almost 90. But not a lot of life left, I guess, so not gonna get any use out of that, I don't think. 51, still got a couple sessions. Might go over 75. You know, too low loyalty, but you still got 4 years, so we'll see. Yep, this building is slowly filling up. Very good. I think a future megacity design would be a district just designed around to be as efficient as possible on running a school or running a university. Because this is all quite tied together and clustered. I don't know. The megacity would probably be on a very flat map again, randomly generated as flat as possible. Maybe 2 or 3 rivers, but other than that, mainly focused around the aspects of the megacity, not the terrain. Or maybe just, no, maybe we just pick like a, maybe I play on New Horizons 2.0. That could be fun again. Are you going to push over 60% loyalty to move into a student hall if necessary? %, is so slow. Stop throwing new cases at us. Maybe I should just move the police cars out of here for a while. I would just forget about it. Forget about re-adding them. Yeah, the plan to industrialize this whole process of gaining very high loyalty still depends on a lot of factors, but I think the balance might be more stable now. The prison still has a decent amount of capacity, and there's a ton of workers in it now. I did have to get a bunch of migrants, but not as often as with the orphanage. But back then we also didn't have anyone dealing with crime, so the orphanage migrants basically dropped their loyalty quite quickly. Work in the police station or prison. You can test the prison first if you have the sufficient loyalty. If not, go work in the police station. So if there's some very loyal, highly educated people in there, they should work in the prison before the police station. Bus stop is up. We only want workers here. So no more assignment to other buildings. If everything in here is filled, and you can't go to the prison or the police station, you will then go to the bus platform. Same for you. Which keeps the... Why are you still assigned to the police station? Oh, because you still had like highly educated people in here. Nope. 100. Prison only. This will retain the highly educated workers locally, and then they will look for a workplace in the area that is not a different bus stop. Which means that their work session should finish relatively quickly, and they will not get onto a train that then carries them all the way to the clothing factory and basically wastes a bunch of their loyalty and talent. And I hope this makes the situation more stable for the workforce inside the prison and police station. If this starts creating unemployment, we will have to see what we can do about that. Too much? No. Just exactly what we need. Female ownership somewhere? There's no gender in this republic. Gender is not kept track of. Kindergarten, sure. Another basic education 47 loyalty and higher education 30. You're working in the grocer, sure. And I don't know where you work. Did you just go home unemployed? No, fire station. Okay, sure, fire station is fine too. I think this is the best solution. It'll keep all of the highly educated workers in the area. And they're not going to get onto a train. Good work. Courthouse is still running fine. We haven't assigned that one anywhere, so that one can also pull workers from the bus platform. And the police station seems to be keeping up now. Are you highly educated? No, basic education. 39% loyalty. You're going to be released with close to 100. I hope you like working in the prison. Now we got to pay attention to making sure that these buildings don't run full, which they currently are. Otherwise the prisoners can't move in anywhere. This basically accepts prisoner releases with a high loyalty of over 50%. And they need to be filled. I hope I didn't move too many of the very loyal people away. Because there's a lot of prisoners incoming. It's so confusing when you say loyalty. Why? What's confusing about it? Should I say loyalty? Because it's the opposite, isn't it? No. Loyalty to the state. Loyalty as in blind devotion, regardless of evidence or other things. Just believing in a cause, no matter its origin, is I think what this is. Well, fanaticism would be if you are violent about it, I guess. How are you measuring it? There's a value for it. This is the loyalty value. This Soviet star is the loyalty setting. So whenever you set a building to require a certain amount of loyalty, it compares this value to this value. So it is actually a game value. It's not something I made up. Is it making people sick? No, they become more productive if they have high loyalty. Because they believe in what the government is doing, and since we're running a planned economy, that is positive for us. It's actually good for us. What's the population again? 1,643. Come on guys, you can solve this too. Believe in you. Very few workers in here right now. All under 21? No. We got 127 0 to 6-year-olds, 7 to 15 are 193, 16 to 21 we have 345. And then 21-year-olds who don't have their own apartment, we have 50. These take up so much time for such little efficiency. I'm going to cancel them. Like, go work on the ones that you can actually solve in a reasonable amount of time, which will not fail in the courthouse. 1,400 kids? I don't know. We got 1,640 population and 931 are productive age workers, so 700 kids. Or like 650 kids and 50 people who don't have their own flat yet. Those you would not count as kids anymore. What if kids were any people under 25? There's no statistic for that and I'm not going to manually count them. I guess there's no population pyramid in the game. Okay, police station, like get rid of these two, like I don't care. They are too far gone, they take too much time, just finish the current cases. Who's working the medical center? We only have a small clinic. A couple doctors with their staff are taking care of the health of the population, dealing with emergencies, making good work. I'm so glad we did the testing session. I would have fumbled around with the loyalty settings so much more for the orphanages. And would have probably not given crime as much of a thought. But I think this is the better path. Is there a correlation between happiness and loyalty? Low loyalty will drop your happiness, and low happiness will drop your loyalty, I think. I did not fully test that one in our test stream. But things that drop happiness don't necessarily drop loyalty too. Like, not being able to visit a cinema will lower your happiness, but not your loyalty. But I think if you can't visit the cinema enough to where you become really unhappy, at that point it'll probably also drop your loyalty. Yeah, we did a 4-hour stream. I'm not 100% sure on everything, but we just tested. Cool. Another highly educated, 67% loyalty, can work in the school. Very good. I'm not sure where they're going, like they should all be able to work in the school all the time. trees are getting more beautiful. Yep, giving it a little bit of greenery has helped, certainly. Oh, the party HQ is full, we're out of power. Let's not let that be a thing right now, thank you. Keep everything running, keep the lights on. How do I make sure they go? I need another bus platform, I think. Oh no, they can reach the school from here. Okay, then we can assign this building to... Don't send them to the generic bus platform that will carry them... Oh, you're too distant. I thought you could reach it. Maybe I had the university selected. I mean, we did see that unemployment didn't cause any issues, right? So maybe I just tell them to only work there and nowhere else. Otherwise I need another bus stop. I guess we did tear down a building. We could put another stop here. How's the situation with the technical service? Looks fine. The orphanage doesn't have a building connected, as does the repair station. So those ones we should manage. Do I just accept the unemployment? No. I don't think so. Let's put another bus stop here. Former fire station area, I'm pretty sure. Let me know when that is done. And then we'll use that one to balance the very loyal, highly educated workers for the university and the school. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are like disloyal in here, or like either don't have a higher education or have a low loyalty, or both. I would just send them over to the bus stop and they can look for something from there. That would be fine. "15 years prison time, 100% loyalty. You have committed quite a few crimes in your lifetime and we now caught you for a bunch of them. 3 serious crimes or several minor ones. You're gonna be locked up for a while." Welcome back, Rikichi Railway. Hello. There's students here who are sick and dying. Probably because they're always moving back and forth and never getting any healthcare. So I guess that's another way to deal with like disloyal people. They just die in front of the university now. Sure. I wasn't going by like an idea of like making people with less than 25% loyalty just die, but I guess that's what I just did. Actually less than 35% loyalty. So a bit more grim, I would say. Even we're like accepting people with 25% loyalty inside the Republic. Yeah, I think they're just running out of health. Interesting. Just accept the monuments, just increase your loyalty and then you can study, or go home. Hello, 1PQ. Welcome. Yes, they are running. There's a lot of choo-choos running around, I guess would be the technical term. Hope that's acceptable. Yep, more people finishing their university education with a loyalty high enough to run the school. I hope you're keeping up with water production. Yeah, if the orphans get released with no criminality, increased happiness, they will then receive loyalty from the monuments, I guess. On release. And that would be ideal. We're down to 37 unexamined cases, much improved compared to last year. And we might be over the hump, but still gotta keep an eye on it. Next year we can turn the checkbox on again to inform us with the uninvestigated cases, I guess. It seems to be running smoother now, though. Yeah, I wonder if we could bring people with very high loyalty to a slightly further away prison to boost loyalty even further. Start distributing personal vehicles to the people with the highest loyalty so they can drive somewhere. It could be very unreliable though. I think the easiest thing would be a very far away university, make them drive to something like this. Oh yeah, there's a lot of sick people here, huh? Temperature. Uh-oh. That's why people are dying. Not enough people being delivered. That could have repercussions to our main heating as well. Oh no. Uh-oh. Main heating is affected. Abort. Yes, sure. Nope. You are going to go to the train platform, as are you. And you. And you. Not the heating again, please. Oh no. Not enough workers at the train. I'm gonna have another heating crisis for a bit. Turn around. Go back to the train platform, get more workers. You go. Both of you. I think you're not gonna get in each other's way. I guess I can't risk it. Nah, you might get in each other's way because of this train. Are you gonna pick the empty station? Yes, okay, good. You're gonna hold, let the other train go. Why did you not pick anyone up? Because the other train loaded them all. God dang it. You are gonna go here. Best Lady Project, oh no. Go here. Run the heating plant. Oh no, not you two. Get out of there. This is gonna kill the Republic, isn't it? Happiness has already dropped. Go, go, go. Keep the heating. Alright, we can go again. I know the passengers are not supposed to be here. I don't care. Unload the workers. Get rid of the stop. Go to Best Lady O, please. Otherwise no other train can move here. This will hopefully save the heating, but it has had an impact already. Hold on, psychopaths and sociopaths are unhappy. Hold on. Oh, the children. Oh, hold on. This is a hot mess. Of course it is. It's supposed to be. Okay, heating is back to normal levels. Did we have a loyalty drop from lack of heating? Yes, a significant one. Oh my god. So lack of heating drops everyone's loyalty really quickly. That has given us a huge setback, I think. That's not good. No, I was looking at the wrong building. Never mind, we're fine. No loyalty drop. I was looking at this one. I was like, oh my god, we lost so much loyalty. Everyone's below 50%, but no, I was looking at the wrong building. Everything's fine. Heating is health, and health does not immediately drop the loyalty, apparently. But yeah, I need more houses sending workers to the train platform. Everything is fine? Sort of. Sort of. I mean, this building is currently running at minus 10 degrees, but everything is fine. We'll fix it. See, we're above 0 degrees now. No one's dying anymore. Maybe. There's no like clinic nearby. I can't rescue them. I'm sorry. The people are dying in the the auditorium. The disloyal students, I should say. This is a very, very harsh university. Okay, now we have several buildings assigned to send workers to the train platform. Excess workers are making their way to the clothing factory, I guess. If the heating plant area has enough workers. But yeah, the train platform needs workers. It's directly connected to our heating plant. Can't change that. I wonder what's going to happen if one of the trains undergoes maintenance, and then the other one does too, and we have two trains repairing at the same time going to the heating plant. Could be a bit of a problem. Only workers may wait here, and it's going to be the workers from the loyal buildings. The flat with 50 to 75 and 75 to 100. May send their workers to this bus platform. So this will have very loyal people waiting here, together with some disloyal people. Hopefully not enough to cause crime, but I don't know. Could happen. Some loud sounds. Those are just trains. They're fine. 100% loyalty, basic education, you're halfway through your sentence. Very well. 92% loyalty, basic education, 2 more sessions. Anyone with a higher education want to like speak up? 54% loyalty, still 1 year left to go. Not going to be going up over 75 unfortunately with that. I'm sure we'll get another couple of very loyal people at some point. Would be loud if they're both getting work done at the same time, maybe? No. That's just for the people to go here and look for another workplace. It's only 2 houses. Plus it's after they've made sure the school and university are full. It should be fine. Should not be that busy. Down to 37 higher education. I don't know how that happened. Maybe a heating crisis killed all of our students or something. Gotta be careful. Let's accept people with 25% loyalty. If you have 25, it's fine. Should mean that fewer students get stuck here. But the most disloyal ones are not allowed anywhere to study. Yeah, they have trouble finishing the education in time, I guess. Hopefully that's going to fix itself. If not, we might have to change things up and allow more people to actually move into the hall of residence. I guess we can open this up to 50%. Then a couple will keep going to, like, the other university. No, if they're at 50%, they can just use this one. That's fine. They will be increasing their loyalty. I need more professors, though. Don't do the thing again. Bring some workers here. I might need another train. Although I don't know if a train is going to solve it. Maybe I need a train less on the university. That heating is very susceptible. Very unstable. And we just need more than 10 workers in here, so they can always push the heating up to full while the trains are running. But yeah, it looks like if one train were to undergo maintenance, I don't know if a single train could keep this running. The settlement is almost completely abandoned. There's like 6 people here, 3 here, 4 here, 1, 4... It's like very low population counts in this area. One reason is because no one's running the heating plant. Maybe putting all the most disloyal people into a single area does not make for a good, stable settlement. Maybe I need to accept people with loyalty of 25 to 50 here too. Yeah, maybe 0 to 25 is just too disloyal. I guess if the heating plant was like a massive one running all the time, then a disloyal district could be like heated off the off-heating. How long is winter? Snow melts February 22nd, I think. And then in April, temperature should be warm enough where it's not freezing anymore. Mid of April, maybe. Like it sometimes still fluctuates where it could be considered like cold, not freezing, cold, like too cold in the buildings in April. Were then temperatures random? Sort of. It always follows the same pattern every year. I'm not sure if it's random or always exactly the same, but it goes up and down basically. And the yearly pattern is pretty similar. What source of income is in the city? This city is running workers to a clothing factory over here, but not that much right now. And the main income is in the settlement over in Ustron, which is importing hazardous waste, incinerating it, and then spreading out the resulting waste to remove the ash and then export the gravel to our, or the construction waste to our gravel recycling plant, which then gets exported again. Oh. Right. So right now the income does not currently work, because this was stationary. I messed that up a bit. How can these gridlock? Train moves in here, how's the other one allowed to start at that point? I don't know. Probably coaling station. Das is my favorite streamer on this channel. On this channel? Wow. I feel honored. Yeah, I don't think that train was running for a while. I guess people with a basic education that can't find a flat will also continue studying until they have a university education and can move into the city. Yeah, that works too. Then I am not too worried, I guess. Winter's offering a lot of our very loyal teachers, professors. Buildings are almost full with the most loyal population we can muster. I need to find another building for them, I guess. Oh. This one? But that's like orphanage building. And we said we don't do the loyalty with the orphanage. There's so many orphans right now. I wonder if these are all stuck at the platform, basically, and not aging right now, and that's why we have so many orphans. Yeah, they're all waiting at the platform, and the orphans are basically not getting older. That's why we have so many orphans. Alright. Orphans... Like, not orphans, but university students are not going to wait here indefinitely anymore. It's not good for their health, and it's also not good for our orphanage, which is currently running into a couple problems. Everyone's not getting older. No alcohol to sell. I guess that would be a reason for no alcohol addiction. You can import alcohol from the border. How it's bug? No, I'm just really abusing mechanics, I guess. Students have an infinite walking time, and if you walk them back and forth on the station, I guess they don't get older. Maybe they need to have the same time limitation as a passenger. The alcohol kiosk is gonna get swarmed with visitors. Might need a second one. I guess that's what we could use the area for here, an alcohol kiosk. Now let's leave that footpath away. There's already a footpath in front of it, like, that's fine. That should manage. Two more buildings for very loyal people. Where am I gonna move the other ones into? I guess it would have to be for the orphanage. So this will accept workers with a loyalty of 50 to 100 now too. I guess they're also told to work in the prison first. Sure, then it was already assigned that way. 100, no police station. Remove the bus platform, remove the police station, prison, and then bus platform otherwise. I guess that's going to put a lot of highly educated people onto the bus platform right now. Yep, this is filling up too much hazardous waste. It has not resolved it the way I thought it would, so I'm going to have to stop one truck. The city's waste has basically been piling up here and not been handled for a while now. Also maybe due to the fact that we're not getting enough workers here and the incinerator hasn't been running well. If you come back and you unload people at Best Lady, unload them as a transfer. Don't send them back into the city. And you... unload them as a transfer, I guess. Yeah. No, that would also, like, we would start bringing, like, people who want a school education. We shouldn't load those anyway. Why are they on the train? No, it's just... I'm just misreading that. That's fine. No, I guess you can unload them as a transfer, it's fine. Or like, just regular unload, it's fine. Get them out of the train. There's a residential building with no one in it. I left that one open to like react to the fact when we have like too many loyal highly educated workers or too many loyal workers with a regular education. Because in theory we still have the possibility to run this orphanage with a loyalty boost in that case. Well, let's fill up a third building first with very loyal people before we make that decision. Come on, police station, I trusted you. God dang it. Not over the hump yet. Do the minor crimes. They're fast. It's fine. I thought it was done, but the crime always shows up in waves and then it's like, oh yeah, now the police station's overworked. I guess we could set up a second one. I don't remember if I wanted to build anything here where the repair station, the carpenter used to be. But I guess this could be another police station. How's the loyalty situation? Okay, not bad. Seems like it's trending upwards. Better than with the orphanages for now. Good trajectory. 42% average loyalty. That's a pretty big improvement. Okay. The personal car, our rescue vehicle in case of a heating crisis, is nice and all, but I think it's too small. Or we need two, and then run them through an end station that we can turn on in an emergency. The Yak 10 and Yak 12 are now available. Much higher capacity vehicles. Could speed up construction significantly if we were into that. The horse carriages are available for 4 more years and then they'll go away. Then we can only build them manually afterwards. Someone committed a crime with no education. If they have high enough loyalty, they're allowed to move into these structures, I guess. These 2 buildings are full now, so this one is slowly filling up with people with over 50% loyalty. Rude, uneducated crimes are the worst. And the criminals even, like, oof. I don't think there's any very loyal, highly educated workers in here, so I could move them. Second technical service dealing with waste in the area, I think. Then we have room for either another distribution office or something larger here. Also connected to a way for them to get repairs. Okay, that one doesn't have room, I guess. And I guess I'll put another technical service over here, maybe a slightly larger one. And I guess another distribution office could... No, also no room for that one. Not ideal. Small building it is then, I guess. Then it should work. Yeah, then we have room if we flatten the hill. Could fit another building in here afterwards. 97% loyalty. Waiting at the platform. There's still room inside the building that accepts 75% or higher loyalty, but this one is apparently also getting more people. I wonder if some people moved in here with an unknown loyalty. Seems like they kinda did. Man, I really should play this game again as well. Hello, Hadatsat. I thought you were here last time already. Still said first time chat. Maybe you just followed? But yeah, welcome. Really fun game. Really complicated, but I like it. Okay, let's run it without the checkbox now that we have a sufficient supply of professors already. Should make the professors as efficient as possible. But not for the city supply of workers. These ones normally don't have a way to stay and keep studying unless they for some reason go over 50% loyalty somehow. Or they don't move out of their parents' basement. Which I guess might be quite hard with our health crisis that we're experiencing every now and then. So maybe now the amount of children in the orphanage is gonna go down because might be running legit now. There should be enough workers to run the police station from this area. Don't think I'll have to worry about that. Okay, you should be alleviated in your work now since there's a second police station active. So hopefully fewer cases are gonna arrive for you. And you can actually work through them, the ones you currently have. You are going to go into a vehicle depot. You will move over to that police station. And everyone's gonna get one fast and one slow police car. How does that sound? Will we get enough criminals to keep this loyalty going, or are we going to run into a situation where we don't have enough criminals? Is the purpose of the orphanage going to be to make sure we at least have a couple people who are looking for trouble? I do not want to turn the orphanage into a manufactured crime death spiral. That would be crazy. Should be able to manage loyalty of 35% in the orphanage because of the loyalty from the monuments that we found out. Even with a loyalty multiplier of only 0. What was it? 0.7? 35 should be doable. I hope you're gonna have enough workers. I might have to set up another residential building or two in your area. Did make a lot of room for it. Let's not forget to hook up this water switch, otherwise that's gonna lead to problems later down the line. The underground power line has been built. I think. Not completely, but almost. Then we can get rid of one of the above ground power lines leading into the city, replacing it with a permanent underground one, now that everything has been set up. The way it's probably going to stay. Maybe. Having excavators is a very strange thing now. It's just like the groundwork is doing itself. What is going on? So, water from here. Sewage goes all the way down to the sewage discharge. We have... Oh, I remember what I wanted to build there. A sewage unloading station. Well, that's not gonna happen. Now there's a police station there. That's a bit awkward. Can we... I really would like to change the sewage pipe to connect from this side. That would be a pretty minor change, I think. We'll have to prepare a bunch of sewage trucks to make that happen, I think, but I think it'll happen. Mixed waste. here and hazardous waste into the incinerator, please. And then the technical service vehicles can be relocated into that building. And you need a water truck. Yeah, 4 will be enough. We're going to start the change of the sewage pipe here. I would like to make that modification. I think it makes sense. We'll also use one of our excavators. Demolition will be done quick. Waste removal might be the issue, but should hopefully not take too long. Okay, that'll do. Get the excavator over. It's just going to be a minor change. Like I said, I want this to exit from here and then wobble into this line, so we have this connection open for probably another sewage switch and a sewage unloading station. Or do we change this one? I guess I kind of want to change both. I want this one to be here too. Then we can have a sewage unloading station on this side. Yeah, I guess we can change both things. Let's prepare for the inevitable flood of sewage by placing down a couple free technical services and putting some sewage trucks into it. It's not going to be too much because we only have water delivered by trucks, not running water. I don't think I have any sewage trucks anywhere ready to like go, so there's a full waste truck. Oh yeah, that one makes sense. Covered, personal car, bus, yep. Not a lot of vehicles in depots this time. I think we'll just do 2 yak. Well, they're slower. But they can carry 5 tons instead of 4. Yeah, let's do 2 of those. Price-wise, yeah, sure. If I have the money for them. Okay, while they're getting here, let's start the demolition. I will change this one too. From here, I think... Will you allow me to build underneath the road? Yes. Okay, then it should be fine. Maybe here. Might not even need the sewage trucks, but better safe than sorry, I guess. We will not need any workers, because this is all doable by an excavator. Construction waste goes into the construction waste recycling facility, metal over here, and mixed waste to the border too, because I don't want to deal with whatever's inside that waste. Could be a mixture of metal and other nonsense. Yeah, that's pretty quick. And then I guess we could do the other pipe too. Might as well do both, right? Sure. Yeah, I don't think sewage is gonna be a problem. These are gonna fill up very, very slowly. I mean, I should check the residential buildings, I guess, but also not really a problem because they're still flowing into the sewage pipe and filling that one up first. One more pickup of construction waste and then construction can start. And then we'll have our sewage unloading station. Either I could build a pipe all the way to this area and drop the sewage unloading station behind the heating plant, but the terrain would not be in my favor because of the elevation change. Or I'll just drop it here, which is probably the easiest option. Hopefully we're not going to run into any issues where I can't actually place the sewage pipe. No, seems to work fine. Yeah, the sewage trucks will just help us keep it safe, I guess. With the excavators, everything is so quick. The small settlement feels much smaller now than we initially had it built up to be. Loyalty. It raised up quite a bit and then it flattened out again. Up to 42. Which is higher than we were, so that's nice. And a lot less micromanagement so far. And a game crash, apparently. Great. Why is the underground view causing that? I think it's always the underground view. I'm not sure. Hopefully the autosave wasn't too far away. 4 minutes. Alright then. Yeah, I guess a sewage unloading station here would be nice. Plus the potential for a sewage pipe to go along the main road in the future. Water and sewage for now. These two water trucks are basically handling the water supply of the whole town right now. I have no running water connected. They're only going and picking it up from the local water purification plant and then bringing it to a bunch of substations. One technical service for water and one for waste. Usually I also split up small and big waste trucks, but when I'm like transporting it further away, because the big trucks don't really need to unload anywhere, they can just keep bringing it to another location. But in this case, since everything is reasonably close, are we not getting enough workers through here? Like, what's going on? No, it's just going in waves. I guess it's fine. Let me know if this is ever overflowing, if that works. That's a lot of students looking for an education. All with the required loyalty. I need more professors here. Which means I should set the checkbox if I feel like we're not catching up. Right now I'm not sure yet. They're not that old, but once we have like a lot of students here that are 30 or older, then I would probably start using the checkbox again. We're down to 31% higher education. This is looking quite bad. Do I need to open this up to more workers? I don't know. With the drop of higher education, that seems to be quite significant. And I don't think that's catching anytime soon. I guess I could manually move a couple people into the Hall of Residence. They might get kicked out, but they could finish studying past the age of 21. Maybe this is just the aftershock of like the orphan loop. Looks like we have enough tutors now. Can we push up the loyalty even further? If we can push this up to 50%, then all of these people could become super loyal. And also study in the university, I guess. We do have an average loyalty of 42% in the Republic. so it should be able to run at least 40. Hopefully. This building is also almost full. This one still has room. Once this is up to like 90 or 100 citizens in the building, currently at 53% loyalty, really excellent. At that point we would change this one to also 50% or higher loyalty, 50 to 75, to try and run the orphanage with that loyalty setting. Probably not 75 to 100, they should be reserved for the prison, I think. Now we're getting a 3% loyalty tick sometimes in the prison, meaning that our prisoners are going to be much more loyal after a shorter prison sentence. Overall, this is looking pretty nice. Not a lot of workers heading here. Thankfully it's not cold right now, but still. The waste is barely being managed. Are we taking too many workers to Best Lady Project O? I don't think so, like we need to stabilize the amount of higher educated citizens. That's what this is for. And I think it's going to catch up again, but yeah. The loop was not working well for the students. I was just creating chaos. Why are we not able to manage the orphans with 40% loyalty? Do I need more housing? It's not what I need. Don't create a crime spiral, thank you. I mean, I guess I could start this up with like very loyal tutors. I don't know. I would like to keep it contained into a single orphanage. We'll see how the situation with the average loyalty of the Republic develops. I think these 3 buildings and these 2 buildings for the higher education are going to have massively inflated loyalty. 56, 47, 53, 49, 48. I would expect these ones to be higher. There's some people in here with like 98% loyalty working in the prison every now and then, so not all that bad. Yeah, I really like that the prisons have fixed numbers instead of like fluctuating numbers like the orphanage. Makes it a lot cleaner to plan. 3.3% loyalty gain. Then we can reduce prison sentences because people are going to be loyal faster. You got 2 years left, you're already at 70%. This is our new university professor for at least like 5 years. Five people years, not 5 in-game years. Still struggling with crime, I guess. So more housing for more highly educated people, to run 2 police stations, to get enough criminals to make our society as loyal as possible, I guess. I can't research the resource map mode now. We have other problems. Down to 30%, 290. This is... I don't know why it's... No, it is catching up. It should be. I believe in it. I think this is going to recover. I think this is just the... This is the slump from when we were doing the research and no one was getting a university education. That's coming now back to haunt us, I guess. Yeah, I think that's the reason why we have that slump right now. Overall, the throughput of the university should be high enough. This one, I don't know. This one could be better. Filling up with a lot of students of 50% or higher loyalty. Some are down to 49, but I'll just have to go to the other university then. Everyone else can stay here and hopefully get enough education to finish their cycle. 26 is like the highest year I can see right now. I might have to move some people from the school over to the university. Because the school looks fine. That might help with it. Yeah, we're not really moving people with 50 to 75% loyalty in here, but I can do that manually, I guess. I want to make sure this building stays open for people with higher than 75% loyalty. I need to have one of those buildings, so we save everyone who has tremendous loyalty for the university education. Do I set up more housing? Still only at 63%, like the settlement is developing quite slowly, but I think it's deliberate, and for the loyalty I think we've learned quite a bit. I think the next settlement, like a next start, would not depend on... I mean, no, I think the next start I would still build an orphanage right away to then try and feed enough workers into the prison system to get the loyalty going, but with a small population I still think you need the orphanage, and then probably even further than that too. In the beginning for loyalty, and then later on just to reduce crime. Far away orphanage again? No. The adoptions agency is not needed right now. This one is still doing its job. It just piled up a lot of people with, like, a lot of high age. Next run's going to be flawless, 100% loyalties. Yes. The Mega City 19 run is going to be a massive loyalty dump. I swear. It's going to be city districts just dedicated for generating loyalty. Why are you getting so many workers and you're like getting like a pitiful amount? I don't like it. I mean, the university is more important, I guess. But not the heating. The heating plant is more important than that too. Oh well. How much loyalty do board exports have? 60-ish. Maximum. It fluctuates. It's like variable. You can have some from the border with very high loyalty, but the ones that you get as migrants can go below. I don't know if the highly educated workers from the border can be much below 50%. Now I'm wondering. Yeah, they can have 36%. That would be quite terrible for a school, I guess. But the fact that they can have very loyal people also means you might be able to push up to 50% from a school with just foreign workers. Or, you know, you could rush creating your own electronics to do the radio TV station. You could do that too. I'm not stopping you. I don't know where you live. Yeah, the school is doing fine. I'm gonna move a couple more professors over to deal with the university, I think. Now let's leave it at that. There's already more in the university building than in the school building. Need to have a little bit of extra capacity here, I guess. But it's good to not have any backlog at the school anymore. That's nice. That is so many loyal wardens. I like it. There could actually be an extra for the orphanage, couldn't it? Not that many. Not that many waiting here right now. Could we push for 40% though? If this building fills up again, then yes, we will have enough, but can we do it earlier? Can we go up to 50%? Probably not. Why can't we do 40? No 21-year-olds without their own flat, so they basically got an education and then moved into existing buildings, finally. No uneducated workers anymore either. 30% higher education. No need for concern now. That would be at like 25%, then it would be really critical. I believe the university is doing its thing. I think we're going to have to do no action to recover this. It's just a matter of like time, like spacing out our research. Maybe not like doing a full 100% research, but like doing 50-50, so it doesn't like create this education wave of like lack of higher educated citizens. I think this is going to curve back around, hopefully. If not, we'll have to make a change. No one over the age of 30 yet. We'll just keep it on running with the current setting, because that has theoretically the highest throughput, as long as they don't abort their studies. If we're getting close to the University Hall of Residence filling up, then we also need to use the checkbox to make sure we free up spaces in here again as quickly as possible. But between those two things, we can run it with no preference according to their current education, which spreads out the education the most efficient. And then if this starts generating more workers, we'll have more people working in the school, and then theoretically also more workers working in the university. Speaking of which, I guess that's a good reason to move some more highly educated workers over here, isn't it? We'll just understaff the school right now and overstaff the university. Sounds like a plan. Do you think you can just leave this area as is and develop somewhere else? Then the time spent developing sets up the loyalty to grow more aggressively? Just thinking out loud. I think the area is currently still in a state of flux because of the higher educated citizens being relatively low for what I am doing. And also the heating plant wasn't running reliably, but I think I could develop somewhere else. But it's not like, it's not a hands-off city yet, no. It's not that. I've invested so much in loyalty, and it needs more babysitting, I guess. Oh, that's what you mean. Now the 2 police stations are less efficient. Jesus. I think I just need more workers. Need the population to grow. How much housing do we still have open? A little bit. Yeah, highly educated, 25 to 50% loyalty is fine. Yep, too many uninvestigated cases. Don't bother me about that. It's funny that the 2 police stations together are working less efficiently now. So maybe the police stations have the same thing where if they are not fully staffed, maybe they are not as efficient as they could be. So 2 half-staffed police stations are maybe less efficient than a fully staffed one? I don't know. Oh, sewage pipe. Sewage pipe, indeed. Well, definitely the demolition is done, I guess. Oh, well, that was a stupid thing. This one has to be here. Yes, that makes sense. That is a me mistake. I didn't need to tear this one down. It was only this one. Sure. I assume this needs electricity. I'm pretty sure it does. Okay, sewage unloading station. Once the warehouse is gone, we can fit that one here then. And then this will provide the connection to lead out further. Sure. Still, do we need like we don't need a large storage for construction materials. And I kind of just want to relocate this warehouse. Do we even need it right now? Not really. I think we just let this one run empty. You're only dealing with the Prusco grocery store right now. You can be unassigned from the warehouse. Customs house is sufficient. Which means the distribution office will now only load from the warehouse, not unload into it. Which it's already doing. And then the route, the vehicle route, I guess needs to not unload clothing in here anymore. It can unload it back into the store directly. Because we only have a single point. No, we don't have a single point for clothing. That's incorrect. We do have the orphanages and the prison. But yeah, I would like to move this one. I think we're just going to put down a temporary warehouse until we figure out where to put it. Yeah, sure. We'll transfer all the resources over. The route can then be told again to deliver to the warehouse after this one is done. And from here we will pick up clothing and distribute it in the city. So only the distribution office will handle the distribution. No direct routes. Didn't I assign? Wait. What happened to the route? Okay, it's still here. Good. We'll empty that one out. Move the chemicals and clothing. And then we can tear down the warehouse and set up the sewage unloading station. And some more housing. Make sure that the police station here runs well. Because right now it's not doing it. None of them are doing it. Oh god. Go back to 35% please, thank you. I really thought we could handle that, but no, not yet. Is that too much for like the edge of the city? Kind of feels like it. There could also be more housing around the sewage unloading station. Having the sewage unloading station in the middle of the city is a bit weird. Let's use some lower density housing for the area. I think it's gonna look better. Maybe once the power line is gone, but probably not. Sure. That's going to be the start of an area. They will have water, sewage, heating and electricity. That should be sufficient. People moving in will be higher educated, of 25 to 50% loyalty. And just allowing for more population in the area, I guess. Then we'll see how it develops, I guess, later on. Put a waste storage here too, just in case. Yeah, sure, why not? Then maybe we can have the sewage unloading station surrounded by a couple houses around it that can always complain about the smell. That's gonna work out well, I think. That temporary warehouse is gonna stay here for a while because the permanent one would be a rail-connected warehouse that probably gets its delivery by a distribution office. But at least it's not going to be in the way anymore for further settlement development. I didn't quite finish it. Okay. Sewage pipe is back. Excellent. Chemicals and clothing. That's a lot. Almost double the chemicals. Almost double the clothing, sure. Distribution office may unload in here and then also load from it. Chemicals and clothing. Fill it up, because you're loading from this warehouse and transporting it over. And then the route needs to be set to only deliver to the new storage now. So no more clothing to the old warehouse. And then maybe we use one truck to empty out the rest, whatever is still left in here. I should have a covered hull truck anyway. We can load whatever's in here, wait until loaded, and then dump it into the other warehouse. And the last route is the chemical truck. You need to pick up from the new warehouse. Alright. The excavator goes back to the construction office, thank you. We might get another one for the demolition office at some point. Warehouse repair station best lady. Chemicals and clothing. And this is the old one that they should theoretically use to unload it. But I guess they're busy with other things right now. They're importing chemicals. Yeah, don't fill that up with chemicals right now. I mean, you should, but let's wait. Let's transport all the clothing over first. We will turn on chemical imports afterwards. Oh, okay, never mind, it's done. Sure. Then I guess the distribution office is done. One more delivery of clothing out of the building and then we can demolish that one too. I think you're arriving here, even though the footpath is... No, it's not done yet, okay. I thought they would have already built that up before you even got here. That's the last bit of clothing. Warehouse is now empty and ready for demolition. The last route is the one we just docked at. Meaning that you can go to a depot afterwards. And once the demolition is done, we can build the sewage unloading station and more housing in the area. It's getting heating from the heating plant. partially, but it's mainly going to be heated from within the settlement. Maybe we'll set up a small heat exchanger in the area too, just to make sure it's like consistent, because the range to the heat exchangers is getting a little bit long. And we had some heating issues recently. Let me know when the warehouse is fully demolished. Very few prisoners right now because the police stations aren't keeping up. I thought we were past this. Maybe I'll release like a lot of disloyal orphans from their slumber into the settlement. I don't know. Not a lot of staff in here. But with the extra housing, hopefully we can run the police station more reliably. The closest shopping for food is not that far away. But we could also build a third grocer for like stability's sake. Do we lower the sentences? I think so. Like the loyalty seems massively improved now with a 3.x% of like loyalty gain inside the prison, which is almost double that what we had before. So we could get up to 100% loyalty in maybe 2.5 years, at least over 75% probably for most people. Reduce sentences, make people a little bit happier, reduce their loyalty drop when they get imprisoned, and overall improve the efficiency of our incarceration system. If the orphans grow up and they have really low loyalty, they can move in here. That's what Prosco is for, which is filling up again. Although I also did change the loyalty setting for having people move in with 25 to 50% loyalty, so it's not necessarily a clean change. Our loan capacity went up to almost 7 million. So while our loan is still a million, the overall amount of capacity has increased. Inflation has played a huge role in that. And in sum that means we have paid back more than we owe, even though the number is higher right now. Tomorrow is going to be, I think, a normal day of streaming. Except I would not be here at this time anymore because I would be leaving for the evening. But otherwise it should be fairly normal, I think. I don't think I'm going to do Workers and Resources tomorrow for the full day. But I'm really enjoying Workers and Resources right now, which is kind of cool. Oh, I thought the game crashed because the sound just stopped, but it's just the train has stopped, never mind. Excavator, can you go back to demolition office? Do we have a cheap one? Yes. Cheap excavator in the demolition office, please. That's fine. A permanent one. I should set up a permanent demolition office area. Would be quite helpful. I don't think the settlement's going to extend past the train tracks, but I'm not ruling it out, I guess. More population would also mean more workers going to the train platform, which would make our heating more stable. And at some point, give us financial growth again from the clothing factory, which has just been mostly idling. Since a lot of the worker investment went into our law and order system. There's the cheap excavator doing its thing, very good. I guess the personal car doesn't need to be in here. We'll get the yard for waste to help with the demolition office. This has caught up, but I don't think we're going to rely on it for money making anymore. Because if our worker deliveries here fail, I don't want the waste to be another issue that we have to deal with. I don't know, the train horns sound really, really good. Maybe we could get some cheap trains for the eventuality when we need more of them. No cheap trains available right now. Never mind. Although this one could be considered quite cheap, but it's already 16 years old. 66% worn. We could probably repair it, but that would consume a couple materials that I don't have right now. And we don't have a desperate need for trains at the moment. Something like this would probably look quite nice. We want a straight footpath connecting to this. The way I do it is I connect something from the opposite side, drag it over, and then look at what looks the most straight, and then I can basically release it, drag one the opposite direction, and that should be like straight enough, I guess. Mostly. Yeah, sure, we'll drop one of these monuments in. and see how the rest develops. We'll still have to hook up the water switch here in a more sensible fashion with a footpath, but we can worry about that later. And maybe drop a grocer here. I like the idea, just having an extra grocery store. I really wonder why the modern one sells everything now. Seems kind of weird. Probably build it here and then incorporate that with the water switch and have a footpath go past the back of the grocer to allow for access to... Oh, I guess we have to wait for the sewage unloading station first before I make that plan. Let's see how it'll fit in there. And you're also highly educated, 25 to 50% loyalty. Why are the other checkboxes set for these houses when I place them down? You're almost full. I did move a lot of people in here, so I don't expect many of them to be over 75% loyalty, but a decent chunk. Might be worth increasing the loyalty requirement to push for even higher loyalty. If we can bring this up over 75 or up to 75, that would be excellent. Because then the university would be feeding itself with its own loyalty. But we should not be too quick about that. The main goal is still to fill up our population with enough highly educated workers to get back to around 50%. And we went up. We're up to 300. We were at 290 and it did go up. So that number is increasing. I thought we were at 200. Did we not drop below 200? I thought we did. Okay, never mind. Sewage unloading station. As far as possible this way, while still being in range of the electricity. Complaining about slow bayou? Really? Alright then. Slow we shall have. This is where our technical services will be able to unload sewage into. And then we'll have a footpath past it, maybe... oh yeah, the grocer. A grocer next to it, because that's hygienic. Hello Smelly Navel, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. What a name. I guess I'm going to push the grocer a little bit more closely to the housing, away from the sewage unloading, but it's still gonna be here. A snowman. Is that still allowed? I guess it is. Technically, I guess it is still acceptable. I don't know what that means. That might be an emote that is not rendering for me, I guess. It's a snowman bouncing up and down excitedly, it appears, and hello. Well, the first one I saw the snowman, yeah, but I don't know what the second one is. Oh, is the second one just a description of the snowman? I guess so. Maybe. Chuvashia Republic. I guess that's a republic in Eastern Europe. A Republic of Russia located in Eastern Europe. The Chuvash people. Okay. I never heard of that. Let's go up a little bit. Not go into winter with a lack of money. Heating is still fine, but in October the temperature is going to drop. I don't want to risk anything right now. Also, hello Savinakis, welcome. Sorry. Thanks for the explanation. Power is still here, everything is fine. I think Mega City 19 would have the train running right through the city again, because I still remember that from Siberia and that looked quite cool. Also, it's going to make it way harder to then double track and upgrade, which is going to be interesting because we might have to relocate a couple people. Eminent domain and stuff like that. Still at average loyalty 42. Okay, you have dealt with the cases. You are looking better too. I'm not sure why there was a lot of crime all of a sudden, but we definitely don't have enough workers yet. That's what we're trying to solve. We might need people with like regular education living here. As soon as we have like some 21-year-olds without their own flat, we know it's going to be regular educated citizens with basic education. And then we can move them into like a house here, making sure that service facilities in the area are well staffed. No workers, it's literally in the title of the game. Next we will be low on resources. Well, that's the challenge of the game. I mean, you're not playing something called Elden Ring, and you don't start with Elden Ring, right? So, workers and resources is like Dark Souls, or like Elden Ring. You have to find the Elden Ring and bring it to Mordor or something. I don't know. I have never played Elden Ring. Oh, people already moved in. Very good. 35%, sure. The lack of teachers in the party HQ is really annoying. With an average loyalty of 52, this building, well, I guess I'd set it to 60%. But still, there's a lot of people here who could run this. Maybe I just need to provide more staff. Like, it would be really unfortunate if the really loyal people are working as staff instead. Hopefully that's not gonna happen. Hello Carpeters, welcome. Doing okay today. Really, we had a lot of fun with like a double stream of workers and resources today. We did a lot of experimenting on loyalty, and now we're trying to apply what we learned. And it seems to be doing quite well. Hope you're having a good day too, although the stream will not go much longer, because I have been streaming for like 10 hours now, I would say. If my calculations aren't off. Maybe 9, no, it should be 10 hours. Let's check how long was the first stream. 4 hours 15 minutes. So 9 hours 45 minutes right now. It's gonna be nice having the sewage discharge be here for the trucks, so they don't have to drive all the way to Ustron. And then the technical service picking up sewage from Project O can just dump it here instead of having to drive down there all the way too. As well as Prusco, which never got its own sewage discharge, I guess. You're good? Nice. Glad to hear it. Come on, more doctors here. Please? One more? Okay, 2 more? 1 more? Oh, you made it. Nice. No, you didn't make it. Sorry. Oh, you saved her. Kolarova got saved. Nope, she's gone. She went back home and now she's dead. Even though we had enough people now. I don't know why she went back home. Maybe it took too long. .8 out of 2.8, 59% loyalty, might go up to 62 or 63 even, with a 4% loyalty increase. Sheesh. 64 for only a 2.5 year prison stay. But yeah, we could be pushing for 100%, increasing it more. You got incarcerated with 41% loyalty. If this is going to be 14 increases of 4%, well, we're going to be good, right? Even at 3%, you're going to be over 75. I hope the police stations keep up now. And back up to 32% highly educated, 317. Looking a little bit better. We could get some migrants in, I guess. Even from third world countries, migrants would do well. Because of the high loyalty that we have. If they have to go through the school system and so on. That might cause some loyalty drops with crime though. I guess that could be an issue. Okay, now we have people with age 30 in here. And I don't think they're that close to finishing yet. Some of them are. We need more teachers in here. I guess I could relocate a couple more from the school over. But this building is filling up slowly. Maybe I will tell this one to help with the university instead. So if the school is filled, before you send people to the bus platform, make sure the university is filled. If you have sufficiently loyal teachers, I guess, to run a 60% loyalty requirement party HQ. Which they should have. They can have 50 to 75% loyalty, so some of them should have sufficient loyalty. And that way I don't have to move people around, I guess. Yep, that should be the change we need, I hope. Which is also going to feed people back into the house. More loyal teachers for the future. I guess I'll not let anyone move in here right now. We might fill this house up with loyal people as well. Would be nice to have the university and the school be more robust, instead of just having one building. If this house runs full, I need to open up a second one, which is going to be this one. And if this one runs full, then we're doing really well. So that one accepts 75% and higher. Not all of them in here are 75% or higher, because I moved a bunch of them in manually. But any new one will have a very high loyalty. And they're told to work in the university. I might need a building to tell them to work in the university as staff, so that's what you're going to do. And I guess if the party HQ is full, then you can work anywhere else. But that basically means we're trying to not have anyone with a higher education work as a staff inside the party HQ, because that's kind of silly. So hopefully they can slowly push every one of the other staff out. I mean, disloyal people with a higher education, less than 60%, are also allowed to work as staff in here. Just want to minimize the chance of someone with really high loyalty working in here. Could have more professors. Yeah, there's one person with the age, two people with the age of 30 in here now. They're kind of close to finishing their education. I don't know if I should set the checkbox. I'm trying to not do it. How full is the student hall? Not that full yet. We can still wait a little bit. But the loyalty in here is quite good. 62%. All of them future university educated people running the school and university. Very good to see. And the couple highly educated workers with over 75% loyalty push everyone up that little bit extra inside the party HQ. As long as we make sure they have room to work in here. Age 37, 98% loyalty. Unless someone commits a pretty big crime against Abramovich, Nyusha, Savolodovna, it should be fine. They should be able to teach for a very long time and get a lot of people very loyal. Maybe even allowing us to increase the loyalty requirement at some point, but right now trying to push the amount of highly educated workers up first and foremost. Sewage discharge is here now. Also for you. I'm gonna rename it SD for sewage discharge best lady. And then I'm gonna rename this one WT for water treatment best lady. And the reason I'm doing that is just so I can easily click a technical service and see, yeah, these ones are finished stations, they're nothing temporary, they're not going to the customs house or anywhere else. These ones are how it should be. I didn't mess anything up. And I know the location where they are, and if I forget what SD stands for, well, it's assigned to sewage, so it's probably the sewage discharge. Very high likelihood. But yeah, I'm going to call it here for today. That was fun. I really enjoyed this session. The tutorial, the science session, plus this, really worked out well today. I'm very happy. Strange to think, they really did educate and indoctrinate, and yet the countries they created ultimately failed. Well, clearly they didn't have enough prisons and loyalty boosting measures. The Soviet Union did not communicate the ways of educating and indoctrinating people correctly. And then they failed because they were bumbling around with a 35% loyalty. So, yeah. Or maybe they just had a traffic jam that they didn't notice. That could have also been the reason. Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I will raid you somewhere, I think. Who will it be today? We haven't raided NetEye in a while. That would be a racing stream. Let me take a look if there's someone in the workers and resources category though. German. No language. German. PlayStation Metalhead. Czech. No. UK, Czech, English? Oh, UK probably because of the map. I think I'm gonna raid over to... We haven't raided Kianos, but Kianos is usually a quiet stream. I don't know if that changed. Let me check. It's also a racing stream, but... yeah, I think that's just a monitoring stream. So yeah, we will raid over to NetEye, doing sim racing today. Practice session currently. It's gonna be Daytona with GT3s and LMP hybrid cars. Might not be to everyone's taste, but you know, we gotta spread out the love sometime. And some people might be interested in it. But if that is not the case, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe something other than workers and resources. Maybe we can take like a little bit of a break. But maybe not. I don't know yet. We will see. So, until then, I wish you all the best. Have a good start to your weekend. Take care everyone. All the best. And maybe also next time.